Chapter 327 Huangfu Yuyan 1. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as the spaceship sped up. Qingling and Ji were talking about something. From their happy looks, they were probably curious about the outside world. After all, Li Lingtian did not stay in Qinglan City for long. Moreover, they had been cultivating diligently in Qinglan City. Now that they were out, they were naturally overjoyed. "Young master, where are we going now?" Qingling asked curiously as she turned to Li Lingtian after she finished speaking with Ji. "Let's go to Pingyang City first." Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. The powerhouses from Pingyang City had been hunting him down for the heavens patching route the last time. It was time for him to return and settle this. Just as they left Qinglan City, Li Lingtian had already ordered the 6 martial honors from the Yi and Lan families to fly toward the direction of the Zhangzhou Dishi family. He told them to settle down in the city where the Dishi family was located and to find out more about the Dishi family. When he went there, he would have a place to stay. Besides, he couldn't go alone against the powerful Dishi family, so he had to make some necessary preparations. Pingyang City. Qingling had never heard Li Lingtian mention Pingyang City, so she naturally had no idea why he was there. However, she knew that Pingyang City was not far from Soliciting Moon City. "Yes, Ji knows. You should remember about the heaven-nourishing root, right? The last time, in order to fight for the heaven-nourishing root, I obtained it from the Ping family and offended the Ping family. Now I naturally have to go back and reason things out." Li Lingtian smiled, but he could not help but feel that the smile on his face was not friendly. Qingling was startled. When had her young master ever been reasonable? In this world, the strong were respected. The bigger the fist, the more reasonable it was. After listening to Li Lingtian's words, he knew that his young master was being hunted last time, and he was going back to get some benefits. After that, the 3 of them took a rest on the spaceship, which flew in the direction of Moonrise City. With his current cultivation strength, as long as he did not encounter any abnormal Supreme Realm experts, there would not be any problems. An existence at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. This strength had already reached his strongest peak. Coupled with all kinds of methods, he was naturally full of confidence. The spaceship flew at high speed. In a month, they arrived at a place 10,000 miles away from Moonrise City. Rumbled a rumble. At that moment, a series of explosions could be heard in the distance. Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all. Fighter battles were common in the divine martial continent, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception, he was surprised. Li Lingtian opened his eyes, and the spaceship flew toward the location of the battle. Based on his experience, he knew that this battle was only at the Martial Emperor level, because his divine sense found a trace of a familiar aura inside. "Huangfu Tang, hand over that little girl, and one can spare your life." He once. I get her essence, one can break through to the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. A sinister middle-aged man was floating in the air, holding a cold and sinister long sword in his hand. The long sword was emitting a faint dark aura. Looking at the young lady on the opposite spaceship in the air, a lewd smile appeared on his face. His eyes kept sizing up the young lady. The young girl stood on the flying ship. She was petite and looked extremely cute. She was definitely a rare beauty in the world. However, at this moment, the young girl's face revealed a trace of regret. In front of her, an old man circulated his true essence and looked at the gloomy man in the air with a serious expression. "Westhill, let me give you a piece of advice. Some people are not people you can offend. If you leave immediately, this old man can let bygones be bygones and pretend that this matter never happened. Otherwise, you will regret it." Huangfu Tang looked at the Westhill. He exuded the aura of a superior, but his expression was uncertain. He was a 4th-level martial emperor, while the other party was a 6th-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had to protect people. If they fought, he would definitely not be his opponent. Huang Futang, do you think I don't know your background? Why didn't you stay in the Divine Continent and come to the Azure Continent? You're courting death. Isn't she just a little girl? Don't tell me you're also interested in this? Westhill chuckled, his eyes never leaving the girl. The smile on his face was extremely sinister. After he finished speaking, his expression froze as he looked into the distance. At the same time, Huang Futang followed the gaze of the Westhill and looked expectant. However, when he saw who it was, his expression changed again. In the sky, a flying ship flew over and finally floated 10 miles away from the three of them. On the flying ship, there was a white-robed young man and 2 peerless beauties standing beside him. Hee, today's luck isn't ordinary. There are actually 2 of them. When Westhill saw the 2 girls on the flying boat, his eyes widened. He had never seen such beautiful girls. Ji was the fairy princess, the beloved child of the heavens and earth. She was born with a peerless beauty and had an elegant temperament. Perfection was already unable to describe her beauty. Furthermore, Qingling was a rare beauty. Naturally, the 2 young beauties shifted their attention to them when they arrived, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. It's him. The young lady on the spaceship behind Huang Futang was surprised when she saw Li Lingtian's appearance. She did not expect this rich kid to appear in this place. Yuyan, you know him? Huang Futang turned around and asked in a soft voice when he heard the surprised voice of the young girl behind him. His face was filled with respect. Yes, the young man at the auction used spirit stones to suppress countless experts. In the end, he killed the 3 supreme realm experts of the Yen family. One didn't expect him to appear here. Huang Fu Yuyan whispered. She was still fuming with hatred after being played by Li Lingtian the last time. However, he smiled and the spacecraft moved quickly toward Li Lingtian. Just as the 2 spacecraft were about to collide, he flashed and arrived on Li Lingtian's spacecraft. When Li Lingtian saw that the 2 spaceships were about to collide, he waved his hand and a strange force trapped Huang Fu Yuyan's spaceship, preventing the collision. Little girl, are you crazy? Li Lingtian's face turned cold. He recognized the girl as well. She was the maid who had delivered the items to him at the auction house. He did not expect to meet her here. No wonder he felt that there was a familiar aura here. It turned out to be this little girl. However, when he saw the little girl's movements, he was furious. Go back by yourself.
Don't worry about me.
Huang Fuyuyan completely ignored Li Lingtian and greeted Huang Futang, who was standing far away. Huang Futang was taken aback as well before nodding and turning into a stream of light as he flew into the distance. It's you. When Qingling saw Huang Fuyuyan, she also thought of the last time at the auction house. This young girl wanted to seduce her young master, but was stopped by her. He didn't expect to meet her here, and he immediately became vigilant.
What?
You still recognize me? Huang Fuyuyan looked at Qingling as if she was worried that she would lose her young master. She immediately laughed softly. Her laughter could topple a city, then a country. Qingling, do you know her? Ji looked at Huang Fuyuyan curiously and asked in confusion. Yes, one saw him once last time. Qingling nodded and answered Ji, but her eyes were still looking at Huang Fuyuyan warily. I didn't expect to have such a beautiful little sister here. I didn't expect you to be so flirtatious. Your eyes are also very sharp. Huang Fuyuyan approached Li Lingtian as if she was an acquaintance, causing Li Lingtian to feel uncomfortable. Even though she was a peerless beauty and a lowly type beauty, he could not accept this. Damn it. You 3, just you wait. I'll make you all want to die tonight, hee. Westhill was completely captivated by Ge. When Huang Futang left, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he saw the three little beauties surrounding a young man, he was instantly enraged. He actually ignored him. It was really too detestable. The young man in front of him was indeed enviable. He was elegant and had an unparalleled charm. There was no woman in the world who would not fall for him. Moreover, there were three peerless beauties by his side. How could such a figure not make people angry? Get lost. When Li Lingtian heard Westhill's voice, he found an excuse to avoid the girl. If it were anywhere else, without Qingling and Ji here, he would have definitely executed her on the spot. However, in this place there were two little beauties around. He had to be careful. He was worried that he would not be able to look away. If Westhill spoke up at this time, it would be courting death. Bastard, you are courting death. Westhill was stunned. He had never expected this young man to be so arrogant. Did he think he was trash? To be humiliated in front of three delicate little beauties like this, wasn't this giving himself a hard time? After saying that, he circulated the true essence in his body, and a shocking pressure suddenly erupted. A sinister aura soared into the sky, and his aura was shocking. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. After he was done, a powerful pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. With a smug smile on his face, it was as if his pressure had directly crushed the other party to death. Moreover, he had even obtained the favor of the three little beauties. But what happened next made the Westhill's expression change drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Lingtian had no intention of resisting at all. His aura was swallowed by his spaceship as soon as it reached him. Even the pressure was swallowed. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. He had never heard of it before. Upon seeing this, he dared not underestimate Li Lingtian anymore. He circulated his true essence to the maximum and slashed with the ghastly sword in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying cold light blasted toward Li Lingtian. A Tier 6 Martial Emperor powerhouse's full-powered attack was so powerful that it pierced through space and arrived in front of Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The three girls had a faint smile on their faces. They did not panic in the face of this attack. Such an expression made Westhill's heart go numb. Chapter 328. A Maid Who Can Serve You. Li Lingtian had no intention of making a move. Instead, he took a step forward and welcomed the attack with his entire body. Westhill was completely stunned by this action. Could it be that the other party was shocked by his shocking attack? However, when he saw what happened next, he could no longer remain calm. His expression changed drastically. Li Lingtian's body met the devastating attack head-on. The moment the attack touched his body, a protective shield was activated. Bang! With a dull thud, the attack hit Li Lingtian but was blocked by the protective shield on his body. The protective shield trembled before it shattered into pieces. However, Li Lingtian did not seem to be hurt at all. Instead, he wore a disdainful expression. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard as three azure dragons appeared beside Li Lingtian. The azure dragons were at least 20 meters long and emanated a powerful aura. The black dragon roared and attacked the Westhill with destructive power. The space was torn apart. Boom! With a loud explosion, the three old dragons circled around. With a scream, Shilling was torn apart by the violent dragon chi. The old dragon disappeared, and the Westhill was reduced to ashes. A wave of dark air drifted out. The air fell silent once again. The three girls were stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian's strength to reach such a level. Huang Fuyan's expression changed as well, but it soon turned into disdain. After dealing with Westhill, Li Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Indeed, He could kill a rank 6 martial emperor in one strike even if he was a martial honor. He was also at the peak of the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. This West Hill's cultivation was not even as good as his. It would be strange if he was not killed instantly by such a person. You can go now. We have our own things to do. Li Lingtian turned around and told Huang Fuyan that it was inappropriate for them to bring a little girl along since they were heading to Pingyang City. This girl actually used him to help her out of the predicament, which really made him unhappy. He could only blame that West Hill for being blind and daring to have designs on his own woman. Although Ji wasn't his woman, she was indeed his junior sister. In his heart, this little girl was his flesh and blood, and he couldn't let anyone insult her. Can I go now? Do you really have the heart to let me leave alone? There are still many bad people here. If anything happens to me, will you be at ease? Huang Fuyan was speechless. She was a beauty, yet she was being chased away. This was the first time a lady sat in a bridal sedan. Little girl, 1 a.m., a bad person. If you don't leave, I will punish you on the spot. Li Lingtian was stunned. What kind of logic was this? It was none of his business if she was in danger. As long as it was not his problem, there was nothing to be worried about. As he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on his face. His gaze swept across Huang Fuyan's important body parts, causing her to blush. If it was in the past, he would definitely dig out his eyeballs. However, now that his state of mind had reached another level, he did not care at all. Come on, as long as you dare. Huang Fuyan puffed out her chest and clenched her fist, making a show of force. Li Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This little girl was really rich. Her chest was so full and powerful that it was almost ready to pop out. The blood vessels in his heart surged. If the two little girls were not here, he would definitely have done her. Forget it. After I send you to Moonrise City, you can go back by yourself. I still have things to do. After Li Lingtian said that, he steered the spaceship away and quickly headed toward Moonrise City. While Qingling was at the side, Ji and the young lady were chatting happily. Li Lingtian also knew that the young lady's name was Huang Fuyan. Gradually, the three girls got together and Li Lingtian was left alone. Li Lingtian had no choice but to pilot the spaceship quickly. He had to send Huang Fuyan away so that he would not delay his own business. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian landed the spaceship 10 miles away from the city gate. The group floated down, and Li Lingtian was suddenly enlightened when he saw the mighty, soliciting Moon City. A few months ago, he was still a martial arts grandmaster, but now he was a powerful martial emperor. After reminiscing for a moment, his gaze landed on Huang Fuyan. Why are you looking at me? Huang Fuyan subconsciously took a step back when she saw Li Lingtian's gaze, as if she was looking at a bad guy. Do you need me to tell you? Of course you're going back. If we leave, do you want me to carry you in? Li Lingtian said coldly. With that, he pulled Qingling and Ji away, leaving Huang Fuyan standing by the side in a daze. As he watched Li Lingtian's group of three leave, a sly smile appeared on his face. In a flash, he chased after Li Lingtian's group of three. Soon, she arrived in front of Li Lingtian and the other two with a sweet smile on her face. Who said one wanted to go back? I didn't say that. You are the one who brought me here. It wasn't easy for me to leave this place, but you sent me back. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Huang Fuyan had a self-righteous look on her face, but soon after, she revealed an aggrieved expression. Li Lingtian almost burst into tears at this change. It would be a waste of talent if he did not become the best actress. What the fuck was going on? He had sent her back, but he had actually made a wasted trip. He was furious. He had been played, but the other party still pretended to be wronged. Who was the one who was really wronged? Are you sure you want to follow me? Li Lingtian's expression was calm, but he was on the verge of exploding. An evil smile appeared in his eyes as he asked indifferently. Since he was going to deliver himself to his doorstep, did he think that he was Lu Xiaohui or a eunuch? Of course, what do you want? Huang Fu Yuyan agreed, without hesitation. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's expression, she crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him as if he was a bad guy. Since you provoked this young master will punish you on the spot. Qingling, you control the flying ship. Li Lingtian activated the spaceship, and with a wave of his hand, a light shield enveloped the three ladies. He then led them onto the spaceship and instructed Qingling to pilot it. With that, he pulled Huang Fu Yuyan into his embrace. With a flash, he walked towards the room in the flying ship and disappeared from Qingling's sight in the blink of an eye. What are you doing? Huang Fu Yuyan did not even have time to react. By the time she did, she was already in Li Lingtian's arms. A man's breath entered her nose, and her body immediately went limp, without the slightest strength. She had never come into contact with a man in her entire life, let alone being hugged by a young man. His body was weak, but his heart was resisting. He was worried that Li Lingtian would do something that would harm him. Could it be that he had gone too far, or that he had seen wrongly? Bang! As the door to the room closed, Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty in his arms, and his blood vessels surged. This little beauty was too alluring. If he did not execute her on the spot, he would go berserk. You found this yourself. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he kissed her rosy lips and his body trembled. He had never experienced such a strange feeling before. Shunmei, and Qingling were different, and so was Huang Fu Yuyan. Huang Fu Yuyan did not expect Li Lingtian to be so serious. The sudden kiss shocked her whole body. Her mind was hit hard, and she was instantly stunned. She had never been close to a man before, let alone someone touching her. Now, someone was actually kissing her. She had never thought that this would happen. Gradually, his entire body became weak. His mind had already fallen into it. Although he did not cater to it, he did not reject it either. It was as if he was in a dream. He had no idea where he was at this moment. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian released Huang Fu Yuyan with an evil smile in his eyes. This little girl is still a virgin. Yes, Huang Fu Yuyan felt an inexplicable sense of loss when she was released. She moaned as she regained her senses. When she saw that Li Lingtian was still looking at her, her face flushed red, and she felt extremely hot. This man actually kissed her so domineeringly.
She didn't know how she felt.
Was it anger, shame, or something else? You still want to follow me? Li Lingtian crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fu Yuyan with a threatening smile on his face. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You'd better not let this lady find an opportunity, or else you're done for. Huang Fu Yuyan felt embarrassed and conflicted. She had been kissed by this man. If she stayed, she would be bullied. If she left, everything she had done would be in vain. In the midst of their conflict, Li Lingtian's smug expression made them stubborn. They were not afraid of anything but a young man. All right, since that's the case, you'll be my maid from now on. You have to be at my beck and call. Hee, even when I'm sleeping, you have to be at my beck and call. Hee. Li Lingtian chuckled sinisterly. Huang Fu Yuyan's face turned even more shy when she recalled what had just happened. Needless to say, she knew what Li Lingtian meant. He wanted her to serve him in bed. I can be your maid, but you have to guarantee my safety. If I'm unwilling, humph. After Huang Fu Yuyan finished speaking, she hurriedly ran out, not daring to stay here any longer. After she ran out, she realized that something was wrong. The two little beauties kept staring at her, which made her feel even more unbearable. The two little beauties must have misunderstood what had happened between them. Sister Huang Fu, what are you doing in there? Your face is very red. Ji looked at Huang Fu Yuyan and was instantly confused. Big Brother must have done something to carry Huang Fuyan in. However, it had only been 2 minutes, so he definitely hadn't done anything. He was instantly extremely curious. When she asked this question, Huang Fuyan wanted to jump down. However, this was a spaceship. If she jumped down, she would definitely die. Chapter 329: Destroying the Ping Family. Healy. Hearing Ji Yi's words, Qingling, who was in a daze, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had stopped Huang Fuyan from seducing the young noble in the auction house, but he hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She knew that she was selfish and that there were many things that she couldn't manage. The only thing she wanted now was for her young master to have her in his heart. She naturally knew that young master didn't do anything to Huang Fuyan. Based on young master's strength, he would definitely be able to make Huang Fuyan look like she was in a sorry state. He was already someone who had experienced it before, but in front of young master, he had no power to resist at all, let alone Huang Fuyan, a virgin girl. You're still laughing. Huang Fuyan's face was extremely red. Seeing Qingling laugh at her, she fiercely said. After that, Li Lingtian was still resting in his room while the 3 girls watched the spaceship from outside. Although Qingling didn't know where Pingyang City was, with Huang Fuyan, she naturally wouldn't get lost. During these 5 days, Li Lingtian would tease Huang Fuyan whenever he was free. Huang Fuyan was more unrestrained than the first time. She was not in such a sorry state. She knew that Li Lingtian was just making her happy and did not do anything to her. However, Li Lingtian had teased her to the point where she could not care less at times. However, Li Lingtian had let go of her, which made her gnash her teeth in hatred. As time passed, Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship arrived outside Pingyang City. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he did not pause for even a moment before he directed the spaceship toward the city. Since he was here to cause trouble, he would not be polite and just barge in. Where are you from? This is Pingyang City's Ping family. The flying ship has landed. Please come and beg for forgiveness. A patrolling martial arts grandmaster shouted when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship heading straight for Pingyang City. He had never seen anyone causing trouble in Pingyang City before. This was also the first time that he had the Ping family backing him up, and no one dared to do anything to him. This made him develop a high and mighty attitude. However, what responded to him was a destructive attack. Boom! With a loud explosion, the destructive attack directly bombarded his body. He was unable to resist at all and instantly turned into ashes. Even the ground collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the city walls. Fong Tian, get out here and face your death. Li Lingtian's spaceship was already hovering above the Ping family. The array formation on the spaceship was activated. Even though it was not a heavenly cloud battleship, Li Lingtian had made some simple modifications to it and enhanced its defense by several times. His voice was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the 9 heavens. Instantly, most of the martial artists in Pingyang City were stunned by this voice. He was extremely shocked. He did not know which martial artist who did not know life and death had come to die. Who is courting death? This is Pingyang City's Ping family. Do you want to die? What a powerful sound wave vibration. This aura is like a dragon's roar. All of a sudden, countless martial artists began to discuss among themselves as they quickly flew toward the Ping family. With the powerful Ping family here, no one could shake Pingyang City. Naturally, they would not be in any danger. He just wanted to see who had the guts to come and seek death. Who is courting death? A sonorous voice rang out. As soon as the voice was heard, a loud and clear voice burst out toward Li Lingtian. At the peak of the first level of the Supreme Realm, a powerful aura erupted from his entire body. Without the slightest hesitation, It charged toward Li Lingtian with a terrifying force that tore the air apart. Li Lingtian's heart tightened. It was an attack-type powerhouse. Then, he circulated his true energy and unleashed the true dragon body barrier. He also punched out. This punch carried the power of the dominating heavenly fist and the terrifying cultivation of a peak rank 6 martial emperor. Boom, boom. 2. Roar. The two destructive attacks collided. It seemed like a single attack, but it was indeed two destructive attacks. The first punch negated the Supreme Realm Expert's attack, and the second punch landed on the Supreme Realm Expert's body, shattering his defensive shield. At that moment, Li Lingtian unleashed his Azure Dragon's power. 3 Azure Dragons burst out and crushed the tall, revered martial artist into pieces. In the blink of an eye, a martial honor of the Ping family was killed. All the martial artists who came to watch did not react at all. He thought that he was seeing things, but in the end, when the tall, revered martial artist was turned into dust and never appeared again, he realized that everything was not a hallucination, but real. What kind of concept was it to kill a Supreme Realm Expert in one move? All the martial artists looked at the young man on the spaceship. The white-robed young man was elegant and graceful. He was like a fairyland. His elegant temperament carried a powerful aura. Behind the white-clothed young man, there were 3 peerless beauties that could topple cities, stunning all the warriors.
Who are you?
You have come to my Ping family. Sorry for not welcoming you, but you killed my Ping family's disciple. Did the Ping family offend you in some way? At this moment, 13 Supreme Realm Experts appeared in the air. The appearance of the 13 Supreme Realm Experts was also the moment Li Lingtian killed the tall Supreme Realm Expert. He had witnessed his Ping clan's powerhouse being killed in one move. All the Ping family warriors were shocked. They knew that the Ping family had encountered a great enemy. However, he could not figure out when he had offended such a terrifying young man. Your Ping family has indeed offended me. Could it be that the Ping clan is so forgetful that they forgot about me? Li Lingtian hovered in the air and stared at the 13 revered martial artists. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he did not take the 13 revered martial artists seriously at all. With his current cultivation, he was at the peak of rank 6 martial emperor. He was not worried at all when facing experts below the 4th level of martial honored realm. Once the myriad returning sword was used, no matter how many revered martial artists there were, they would only be destroyed. Li Lingtian, it's Li Lingtian, did all right. I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door to seek death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. More than 10 Supreme Realm Experts kept recalling and finally thought of the existence of a person. That person had killed 3 Supreme Realm Experts of the Yen family when he was a martial ancestor. In the end, there were a few experts who had killed his Ping family. He did not expect that they would actually come knocking on his door now. However, they could not believe that in just a few months, the other party had actually advanced from a martial arts grandmaster to a rank 6 martial emperor. How did he cultivate? It's good that you know.
Today you'll die.
Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness, and the silver-winged flying dragon, little white, jade-eyed beast, and multicolored beast appeared beside him to protect the 3 little beauties. With a flick of his divine sense, the heavenly fault sword appeared in front of him, and a ball of light appeared. Whoosh! A destructive sword will erupted between heaven and earth. The sword will fill the space of 100 miles, and Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. Around him, there were countless sharp swords spinning. These sharp swords were all profound level weapons and above. There were more than 10,000 of them. What was even more terrifying was that there were 36 peerless emperor weapons and a saint weapon in the center of these sharp swords. The pressure of the saint weapon and emperor weapon, as well as the pressure of the tens of thousands of swords, instantly tore the space apart. A world of swords appeared. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he glared coldly at the 13 Ping clan's revered martial artists. There was no change in his expression. With a wave of his hand, the space shook and the heaven-destroying sword formation was formed. The destructive sword Intent, the soaring sword Qi, and the terrifying sword Silk tore the space apart. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian shouted softly and pushed with one hand. The 100-meter-wide sword formation turned into a meteor and struck the 13 revered martial artists of the Ping clan at the same time. Tens of thousands of sharp swords and 36 Emperor artifacts, coupled with the power of the Saint artifact, almost formed one. Even if it was magical, it would be destroyed by this move. Use the destruction array? 2 run. 2, not good, quickly dodge. CI. The 13 Supreme Realm experts had never expected that one person could actually use an array, and it was a terrifying sword array. He had never imagined that he would be able to unleash the myriad returning swords in an instant. Instantly, all the martial artists and experts of the Ping clan were stunned. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. All off boom. Boom all You. Heaven and earth trembled. Sword Qi and sword ribbons carried a destructive aura as they continuously killed the 13 Supreme Realm experts. 1 or 2 profound level weapons were not in the eyes of a Supreme Realm expert at all. However, with over 10,000 swords and an Emperor-level Saint artifact, this attack was a whole, and its power was countless times stronger than a single sword. With one attack, several Supreme Realm experts were instantly killed without any resistance.
All.
With a final scream, the myriad returning swords disappeared, and so did the sword light. Only a faint sword Intent floated in the air. 13 Supreme Realm experts had all died. He had killed 13 powerful Supreme Realm experts in one move. The Ping clan was the ruler of Pingyang City. However, such a ruler was destroyed by a young martial emperor in one move. All whoosh. Tens of thousands of warriors hiding in the distance couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Ping family was so powerful, yet they were killed like ants. Was this a human or a god? The Ping family will disappear into history. With a wave of his hands, Li Lingtian released a wave of destruction and death aura. Soon after, a trace of extermination aura was added to the 2 auras. A 4-colored beam of light shot toward the Ping family mansion. The shocking beam of light ignored the distance between them. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ruins were destroyed, and the 5 people survived. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions. The aura of extermination that lingered for a long time made the hearts of countless experts tremble. Li Lingtian glanced at Little White, who was beside him. Little White's body flashed and disappeared. However, he appeared in the ruins of the Ping family. His body flashed continuously as he collected weapons, bags of holding, and some treasures. After a short while, Li Lingtian glared at the powerhouses who were watching the battle. He then steered the spaceship and flew away. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship disappeared into the horizon. The Ping family had disappeared into history, and Pingyang City was in chaos. Chapter 330. Separation. Moonrise City, Tranquil Sun City, and the nearby cities. All the warriors were shocked. A martial emperor youth had killed a martial honor with one move, killed all the experts of the Ping family with one move, and destroyed the foundation of the Ping family with the last move. Moreover, most of the warriors had heard of this young man, and countless stories about Li Lingtian had spread. Li Lingtian, 19 years old, Tier 6 martial emperor super powerhouse. His strength was shocking. He had killed more than one Supreme Realm expert in one strike. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist and an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. This news was in the hands of countless experts. In an instant, countless experts and families ordered their disciples not to provoke this terrifying young man. Because the Ping family had chased him, this young man had hidden for a period of time and then came back to wipe out the Ping family. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, who was the focus of these warriors, had already left Pingyang City tens of thousands of miles away. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged in his room while Ji and Qingling enjoyed the scenery. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian from her room, feeling uneasy. This young man was getting more and more incomprehensible. This young man had his own temperament when he did things, and he acted according to his own principles. He could save her and kiss her, but he never violated her when she didn't agree. In front of his family and friends, he was an amiable young man, but in front of his enemies, he was a decisive and ruthless super expert.
Aya.
After some time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand lazily. My shoulders are a little sore. Give me a massage. Li Lingtian replied indifferently. He did not even look at Huang Fuyuyan as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. Huang Fuyuyan was also speechless. This was not the first time. She was also baffled that she did not object at all and was willing to massage her shoulders. She looked at him enjoying himself, but she did not feel any hatred. She even felt a sense of accomplishment. This thought made her tremble.
She was not like this in the past.
But now, she had changed. In front of him, she had actually become a little woman. Oh, right, my future is very dangerous. I advise you to leave. I can't give you anything, so I'll give this to you. After a long time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and retrieved a storage pouch from the Divine Dragon Ring. He stood up and turned to look at Huang Fuyuyan. Then, he handed over the storage bag. Even he himself was not confident about the path ahead. He didn't want to harm this girl because he was facing the 3 super forces and Dishi family. Since Ji had followed him out, he could do nothing about it. This was his responsibility. Qingling was his maid, and also his woman. Naturally, she had to follow him. However, Huang Fuyuyan didn't have any relationship with him. They hadn't spent much time together, so it wasn't a big deal for them to separate. You are really generous. Huang Fuyuyan was also stunned, but she had a smile on her face. She took the storage bag and sent her divine sense into it. She was instantly shocked. There were actually more than 10 jade bottles inside, all filled with precious medicinal pills, all of which were peerless. There were also a few peerless profound level weapons and imperial weapons, and even 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. These things were not something that a young warrior could take out. However, he took it out so generously. He was shocked and seemed to have understood something. He must have let him down. I can help you. I'll try my best to help. Please forgive me for my rudeness during this period of time. I'm a normal man. When facing a beautiful woman, I'll naturally be tempted. However, I can't harm you. The path ahead of me is not something that wealth can solve. I have these things now, so they should be able to help you a little. If I can survive, you will still be my maid. But now, you are no longer my maid. Wait a moment, I will find a city and send you down. You can cultivate in peace. There are a few good cultivation techniques and skills that you can use. When Li Lingtian saw Huang Fuyuyan take the storage pouch, a comforting smile appeared on his face. Then he said it calmly. He did not want this young girl to misunderstand, nor did he want to harm her. After saying that, he turned around and opened the door to leave. He came to the front of the spaceship and looked at the distant sky. Huang Fuyuyan did not expect this young man to be here. Her heart trembled. There was actually such a foolish person in this world. However, she was so silly that she was cute. She was actually willing to give up on her, so that she would not be hurt. During this period of time, Although the two of them were close and were teased by him, he let go. So that was what happened. She finally understood that it wasn't that she wasn't charming enough, nor was it that she wasn't beautiful enough. It was just that he didn't want to harm her. That was all. When she saw Li Lingtian walk out, she, who was about to crack a joke, felt her heart tremble. She followed him out of the room, leaving behind her not-so-imposing figure at the door. The owner of this back view was strong, domineering, gentle, and heart-wrenching. At this moment, this figure looked a little lonely, like a wild goose that had left its hometown. This loneliness made one's heart ache. She wanted to know why this young man was so lonely. He had a dazzling halo on the surface, but he had such a lonely back. She knew that this young man was a heaven-defying monster. He had the talent and strength that all the martial artists on the continent were jealous of. He was a 19-year-old 6th-level martial emperor, an 18-year-old alchemy saint, the first alchemy saint of the Azure continent, and an honorary elder of the Alchemy Guild. Any one of these halos was something that those super experts looked up to. Qingling and Ji also sensed the aura and Li Lingtian's loneliness. However, no one bothered him. This loneliness was the loneliness from the bottom of his heart. Huang Fuyuyan felt sour in her heart and felt bad for this young man. He could not help but walk up to Li Lingtian and stand behind him. He then looked at Li Lingtian's back seriously. Ji and Qingling had left the spaceship and returned to their rooms.
This is for you.
I'm your maid, just like Qingling. I can face any problems. Do you think I can run away for myself? This lady is not what you think. I will not be afraid of death. Huang Fuyan walked up to Li Lingtian and handed him the storage pouch as she spoke in a serious tone. Who do you think you are? You don't have to care about my matters. I'm very annoyed right now.
Get down.
If I am still alive, you can hate me. Li Lingtian's eyes turned confused. He muttered to himself for a moment before speaking coldly. As he spoke, a ring of light appeared with one hand and the other. The ring of light wrapped around Huang Fuyan. With a wave of his hand, the spaceship's defense was opened. Huang Fuyan was thrown out as well. Li Lingtian sighed softly as he uttered his final words. She could hate him, but she had to hate him while he was still alive. If he was dead, she couldn't hate him.
You.
The flying ship sped up, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traveled tens of kilometers away. However, Huang Fuyan's voice was heard from behind. Her voice was filled with confusion and anger. Li Lingtian did not turn around but accelerated the spaceship. In a moment, he had disappeared into the horizon. In the sky, Huang Fuyan watched as the flying ship disappeared. Her sparkling tears rolled down her face. Her entire body was suspended in the air by the halo and slowly sank down. You bad guy, I won't forgive you. When the time comes, I will beat you up, Huang Fuyan said coldly. Her body had already landed on the ground. When she landed on the ground, the halo disappeared. As if he had lost his soul, he quickly flew towards the city in the distance. Big brother, why did you let Sister Huangfu go down alone? When Ji and Qingling came out, they happened to see Li Lingtian release Huang Fuyan. They were both shocked but did not say anything. Ji asked seriously after they had flown far away. You're my sister. We'll face danger together. But sometimes, your safety is my greatest wish. I don't want to hurt her, because I'm going to face the 3 superpowers of the Azure continent and the Dishi family. You'll understand in the future. Li Lingtian smiled as he reached out to stroke Ji's hair. After that, Li Lingtian looked at the direction and flew toward the northeast. With his current cultivation base, he could only start by touching the Dishi family. Dishi family was a knot, and he would not feel at ease until he solved it. The Queen's Palace. Was at least a member of the Queen's palace. He could wait for a while before dealing with her. He couldn't deal with the Kanglan building, so he could only hide. The Wind Moon Palace didn't look good either. He definitely couldn't get involved. After spending half a month on the spaceship, Li Lingtian finally landed and found a city to rest. After all, martial artists were humans. It was not a good thing to be on a spaceship every day. After flying for about 10 days, they would rest for a few days and search for some important materials and medicinal herbs in the city. After half a year, they finally arrived at Vast Heaven City. Vast Heaven City was also Dishi family's territory. Compared to Soliciting Moon City, Vast Heaven City was hundreds of times larger. This was the powerful Dishi family, one of the top 10 families in the Azure continent. The Dishi family was much stronger than the Ping family. However, they didn't enter Vast Heaven City this time. Instead, they came to Snowcloud City, which was 500,000 kilometers away. The three of them entered Snowcloud City quietly and found a place to settle down. If he wanted to deal with Dishi family, he couldn't just barge in recklessly. Instead, he had to plan step by step and try to succeed. Chapter 331 Snow Cloud City 1. Do you think you can just throw me away like this? After Li Lingtian and the other two entered the city, a cloaked woman in black snorted from a distance. Her voice was unyielding. Seeing that the three of them had entered the city, he waited for a moment before he got his token and followed them in, disappearing into the Laughing City. Li Lingtian brought Qingling and Ji to a relatively remote mansion to stay in. This place was arranged by the Yi clan's powerhouses. Although they did not know why Li Lingtian was here, they did not dare to make a sound. This was also Li Lingtian's order. Moreover, Li Lingtian had specifically called Yi Feng over for this matter. Young lord, you can make do with this mansion for now. After we have some information and power in Snowcloud City, we will come to see you. Yi Feng said respectfully after he brought Li Lingtian into the mansion. Now, he had finally been completely conquered by this young man. The strength of this young man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was a saint alchemist. Coupled with the Alchemist Guild, there was even more hope for the matter of the blue screen. All right, be careful. Li Lingtian waved his hand. Although Yi Feng and the others had arrived here first, they were too far away from Qinglan City. Not long after they arrived, Li Lingtian and the other two arrived. There were many things that he had yet to find out. Although he did not know why Li Lingtian was here, he could imagine that this place was very close to the Dishi family. It was likely that Li Lingtian was here for the Dishi family. The more it was like this, the more cautious he was, worried that he might leak any information that would be detrimental to Li Lingtian. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the other two settled down in the mansion and began cultivating in peace. Yi Feng and the others were left to handle the rest. After settling down, Li Lingtian explained his situation to Qingling and Ji while he was cultivating. Since they had followed him here, they were definitely qualified to know. Big brother, you said that Sister Qingwe was brought back to the Azure continent by Dishi family's powerful warriors. How despicable. After Ji heard this, he was instantly angry. Someone actually attacked the person Big Brother liked. This happened to her because of you, so I have to save her. Li Lingtian's face was filled with determination. Even though he did not have any feelings for Tang Qingyue, he was still afraid of his sister. However, when he was injured in the battle with the martial emperor, she used the blood of Extreme Yin to heal him. The blood of Extreme Yin was the only drop of essence blood for a girl with the body of Extreme Yin. It was as important as a girl's chastity. Tang Qingyue must be suffering in Dishi family now. If he didn't get her out, he could still cultivate in peace. It was likely that he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. Now, He felt that it was very easy for his cultivation to reach a bottleneck. This was also a problem with his state of mind. He had 3 mountains pressing down on him: House of Storms, Dishi Family, and the Queen's Palace. I believe that young master will be able to successfully rescue Miss Blue Moon. We will also work hard to cultivate. I hope that we will not become a burden to young master. Qingling also said seriously. She was just curious about how this Tang Qingyue was so beautiful that her master cared so much about her. There was also Miss Tang Ziming, who was young master's fiancée. She must be extremely beautiful. Both sisters were related to young master. The younger sister beside the young master was an unparalleled existence in the world. There was no other girl as beautiful as her in the divine martial continent. Following that, Li Lingtian focused on his cultivation and did not neglect his alchemy and cultivation. Moreover, he had already thought it through in his heart. The Divine Pill Pavilion had to be established. Sooner or later, his whereabouts would be known. Now that he had arrived at Snowcloud City, he wasn't far from Vast Heaven City. It was better to establish the Divine Pill Pavilion and rope in some forces. In this way, his identity as a member of the Alchemist Guild would be known by other powerful forces, and Dishi family wouldn't dare to deal with him rashly. In this way, he could also take the initiative. Thinking of this, he started to refine pills. Every day, he would put all his energy into refining pills, and every day, he would be exhausted. However, he discovered a benefit. After he consumed it, he could cultivate faster with medicinal pills. He felt what it meant to break and then build, because after consumption, his body needed energy, and the pills he refined were powerful energy. Qingling and Ji also helped to organize the herbs and pills. The 3 of them were laughing and chatting happily. Even if she was tired, she was happy. Li Lingtian was refining pills while Qingling and Ji helped to organize the pills and herbs. Li Lingtian took out all the storage pouches in his Divine Dragon Ring and let Qingling organize them. Naturally, he would not touch the herb garden in the Divine Dragon Ring now. Unless he was refining a powerful elixir, he would not use it easily. Just the storage bags obtained from other martial artists contained countless medicinal herbs. No matter what kind of martial artist it was, the storage bag had the most low-grade medicinal herbs. Li Lingtian continued to refine pills every day, refining all these herbs into pills. His alchemy skills slowly improved, and his experience became richer and richer. After he was tired from refining pills, he would use pills to cultivate. This way, his pill refining skills would quickly improve, and his pills would increase. His cultivation would also increase rapidly. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In half a year's time, Li Lingtian had refined half a year's worth of pills. In half a year, he had broken through to the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm from the 6th level, and his cultivation realm was also very stable. He had also used up half of the low-grade materials in his hand. The other half of the low-grade materials were all refined into peerless medicinal pills. 600 bottles of first-grade pills, 600 bottles of second-grade pills, 500 bottles of third-grade pills, and 400 bottles of fourth-grade pills. 2 bottles of Tier 5 Azure Yang pills, and 100 bottles of soul-restoring pills. 10 bottles of 6th-grade cleansing pills, 10 bottles of 6th-grade 5 elements coagulation pills, and 10 bottles of 6th-grade limitless pills. The 1st to 4th grades were all peerless quality, and the 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills were also of high quality. These were all his results in half a year. With these Dan beads, the Divine Pill Pavilion could be established and absorb countless forces. By then, they would have a certain degree of confidence in facing the Dishi family. He didn't need these forces to fight against Dishi family, but to threaten them. At least, the Dishi family wouldn't play any tricks. In front of countless forces and martial artists, he would not attack in groups. No matter what happened, he had to make arrangements first. In this half a year, Yi Feng and the rest had also made arrangements. The Divine Pill Pavilion opened as scheduled. Yi Feng and the others would handle everything. He only needed to refine pills and cultivate. He believed that they would do a better job than him in absorbing those super experts and forces. Sure enough, after the Divine Pill Pavilion appeared, it immediately caused a stir in Snow Cloud City. Did you guys know that a Divine Pill House has appeared in Snow Cloud City? The pills sold there are all peerless. There are even high-grade Tier 5 and 6 pills. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion said that they won't refine ordinary pills. They can only refine peerless and top-grade pills. The Sky Roar restaurant was one of the largest restaurants in Snow Cloud City. It was also the gathering place for countless experts and martial artists. It was also the place where news spread the fastest. A young martial artist revealed an excited expression as he enjoyed the delicacies on the table while talking loudly. Immediately, this news attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the restaurant. They were all extremely surprised. A peerless medicinal pill? Is that possible? That's right. Supreme-grade pills are just a legend. Even in the Divine Martial Continent, there might not be any supreme-grade pills. They even said that they are all peerless pills. I think that as long as they have peerless pills, the Divine Pill Pavilion will cause a sensation in the world. Is it possible to sell a Tier 5 or 6 medicinal pill? That's right. Tier 5 and 6 pills are all controlled by those super forces. Those super forces don't even have enough of them, so how could they sell them? That's just bragging. All the martial artists were instantly shocked, and then they were in disbelief. A peerless pill was a legendary existence. It was impossible for it to appear in the Azure continent. Moreover, Tier 5 and 6 pills were all refined by spirit alchemists, and it was very difficult to succeed. Refining a cauldron of pills had long been reserved by the experts in their own family forces. How could there be more pills to sell? This was a joke. If it was like what you said, he wouldn't be called the Divine Pill Pavilion. Look, this is what I exchanged all my wealth for. After the young man finished speaking, he revealed a disdainful smile and took out one jade bottle after another. The jade bottle was filled with peerless pills. The first-grade essence cultivating pill was peerless. The second-grade spirit binding pill was a peerless grade. The third-grade void spirit pill was also a peerless grade. Even the fourth-grade purple jade pill was a peerless grade. Instantly, all the martial artists were stunned, their eyes flashing with desire. This is the 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills that I exchanged for with all my assets, the Azure Yang pill and the Dust Cleansing pill. The young man let the other martial artists take a look at these medicinal pills. All the martial artists did not speak anymore because they were shocked by the medicinal pills in front of them. In the end, the young man put away the pills and mysteriously took out 2 more pills. His expression was solemn, as if they were family treasures. It really is a peerless medicinal pill. They are all peerless medicinal pills. Even 5th and 6th grade medicinal pills are of high quality. What kind of realm does one have to be in to be able to refine such a medicinal pill? Does the Divine Pill Pavilion really exist? I want to buy some too. The power of this pill is beyond imagination. If you don't buy it, it's gone. Brother, where is the Divine Pill Pavilion? Yeah, tell us where the Divine Pill Pavilion is. Hurry up, you fucking hurry up. All of a sudden, all the warriors in the restaurant were in an uproar. Following the direction pointed by the young man, all the warriors flew in the direction of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the entire restaurant was empty. There wasn't a single warrior left. When the young man saw this, a strange smile appeared on his face. He turned around and left the restaurant. His body strangely disappeared. In other places in Snow Cloud City, the figure of this young man also appeared. Moreover, He had even mentioned the conditions of the Divine Pill Pavilion's transaction. The appearance of the Divine Pill Pavilion was like a heavy bomb that exploded in Snow Cloud City. All the forces, families, and super experts in the city were shocked. This was because the Divine Pill Pavilion had produced peerless pills and even sold level 5 and 6 high-grade pills. This was something that had never happened in the Azure continent, and it was something that had never happened in Snow Cloud City. In an instant, the Divine Pill Pavilion became the hottest topic in Snow Cloud City. Chapter 332, Sangzhou Dishi Family 1. There were 6 revered martial artists in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Even if someone wanted to attack the Divine Pill Pavilion, they would have to think twice. After all, the pills that the Divine Pill Pavilion refined were all peerless existences. Moreover, they even took out Tier 5 and Tier 6 pills to sell. It was definitely not something that an ordinary faction could do. In addition to the 6 Supreme Realm experts of the Divine Pill Pavilion, if they could casually take out 6 Supreme Realm experts to hold down the fort, the power behind them would definitely be very powerful. The rise of an external force made the major families and forces in Snow Cloud City feel a sense of crisis. However, they could not easily offend the Divine Pill Pavilion. The Divine Pill Pavilion became stronger and stronger. Countless martial artists became loyal followers of the Divine Pill Pavilion. After all, an alchemist who could refine a peerless medicinal pill had a terrifying and powerful influence. Although he did not know the identity of this alchemist, he was definitely not someone to provoke. More and more martial artists followed and supported the Divine Pill Pavilion. All the rogue cultivator forces in Snow Cloud City gradually moved closer to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian sat in the mansion to cultivate. He was constantly receiving news from the outside world. On this day, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he received the news from outside. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yi Feng was surprised to see the change in Li Lingtian's expression. In front of his young master, there was almost nothing that could make him change his expression. Was it because of a message in the jade slip that made him pale? He knew the message in the jade slip, which was about the marriage between Dishi family and Tuoba family. But then, he thought of a girl with a different surname who was married in Dishi family. Was this girl related to the young master in some way? Transfer all of your forces to Vast Heaven City. I want to know all of the information regarding Vast Heaven City, including the movements of the various factions in Vast Heaven City. Remember, if anything happens to me, you have to hide. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal Yi Feng to leave. Now, he was extremely frustrated. Nothing was beyond his imagination. Moreover, things had happened so quickly. In this world, people's plans were not as good as God's plans. Plans were not as fast as changes. After Yi Feng left, Li Lingtian's expression kept changing as he read the information in the jade slip. He quickly calculated in his heart. This matter was no longer up to him. Tang Qingyue of the Dishi family and the No-Eye genius of the Tuoba family are engaged in marriage. Li Lingtian's mind was in a mess. He did not expect the Dishi family to make such a move. The Tuoba family was just an outsider family and was an independent family in Vast Heaven City. The family was extremely mysterious. He didn't expect that Dishi family would use Tang Qingyue to marry Tuoba family. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the news of the marriage between Tang Qingyue of the Dishi family and Tuobayu, the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, had spread throughout Vast Heaven City. Even countless super cities and families in the Azure continent had received invitations. There must be some kind of scheme. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set the date on August 15th. There's still half a month left. Could it be that they've been plotting against us all this time? Qingling also knew about this news. The 3 of them gathered together and shared their thoughts. The 3 of them had the same idea. Dishi family was a powerful family, and they should have seen their every move. Plus, Dishi family knew that he was here because of what happened in the Divine Pill Pavilion. They didn't want the Divine Pill Pavilion to become stronger, so they didn't want to make such a move at this moment. Even if Li Lingtian knew that there would be a trap, he still had to jump into it. Many things are beyond our control and beyond our imagination. Dishi family married Tang Qingyue, and we might not know about it. The Tuoba family is just an outsider family. In Vast Heaven City, the Dishi family is also the ruler of the city. However, there must be a reason why the Dishi family can tolerate the Tuoba family and use Tang Qingyue to form a marriage alliance. You know, Tang Qingyue is Dishi Lingfeng's fiancé. Even though she gave me the blood of extreme Yin, the Dishi family has already brought her back to the Dishi family. It's definitely not that simple for the Dishi family to marry Tang Qingyue to Tuoba. Although Li Lingtian was anxious, he remained calm. This was because he had to solve the problem, and he had to think of a solution before he could solve it. It was not his style to act rashly. Although he had no choice now, he had to take the initiative. Even if he was passive, he had to have a chance to resist. He couldn't just let the fish eat his own flesh. Then does Big Brother want to go? Xueqi was still the most direct. Facing such an unexpected situation, she didn't know what to do either and wanted to see how Ling Tian would resolve it. Of course, but you have to hide during this period of time. You can't go out casually. Without any hesitation, Li Lingtian looked at Qingling and Xueqi seriously. He could go alone. If too many people went, it would be a burden. If he was alone, even if he couldn't defeat them, he had a high chance of escaping. However, if he brought Xueqi and Qingling along, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Xueqi and Qingling could only nod. They wanted to help Li Lingtian. However, the powerful warriors of Dishi family were always martial emperors and martial venerables. If they followed them, they would only be a burden. Following that, Li Lingtian secretly sent the two of them away. They left Snowcloud City and settled down in an inconspicuous little city. As long as the two of them hid in the city, even gods would not be able to find them. After finishing everything, he quietly returned to Snowcloud City and practiced all kinds of skills. He circulated his ice soul martial soul and calmed himself down. Vast Heaven City was the territory of Dishi family. The entire Vast Heaven City was known as the sixth largest city in the Azure continent. Dishi family was as powerful as the Green Mist City. Besides, Dishi family had a strong mountain range, which had a lot of natural resources. According to legend, the Vast Heaven Mountains were the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Although no one had seen any ruins in the Vast Heaven Mountains, countless experts knew about this legend. However, since Dishi family came here, no one dared to enter this place. This place had been designated as a forbidden area by Dishi family, and no outsiders dared to enter. Vast Heaven Great City had countless monster cores and materials. It was a place that countless experts of the Azure continent favored. Ever since Dishi family sent out the invitation letter, countless super forces in the Azure continent had sent their important figures to Vast Heaven City to participate in the marriage between Tuoba family and Dishi family. Countless experts had a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. This was because such a marriage alliance was nothing more than gathering wealth. The warriors who came to participate naturally gave gifts. Spiritual stones were naturally not allowed. They were all some rare treasures. In one go, Dishi family had gained a great amount of wealth. However, even if they were not convinced, they still had to go. Dishi family was a powerful family and no one dared to provoke them. If they didn't come, they would offend Dishi family and they would suffer in the future. For a time, countless flying ships and supreme experts flew through the air, their destination naturally being Vast Heaven City. As for Vast Heaven City, it was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The entire city was filled with a festive atmosphere. In Dishi family, in a mysterious underground world. Brother Tuoba, do you think that person really has a 5 elements martial soul? In the underground secret chamber, there were 7 powerful Supreme Realm experts sitting. Each of them had already reached the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. One of them was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. However, the other 7th level Supreme Realm experts had respectful expressions when facing this 6th level Supreme Realm expert. Dishi Qingling, the current leader of the Dishi family, was the most powerful one except for the Supreme Elder, who was cultivating in seclusion. The 3 great elders had been in seclusion for 300 years, so the Dishi family didn't know what was happening to them. Brother Qingling, don't you believe me? I'm betting with the treasures passed down by our ancestors. As long as we succeed, we'll have a place in the entire divine martial continent, let alone the Azure continent. We've known for a long time. This person has the 5 elements martial soul. As long as we use him as a catalyst, we can open the battlefield ruins, hee. Tuoban glanced at Dishi Qingling and smiled. Then, he laughed out loud, as if he had become the most powerful warrior in the divine martial continent. If that's the case, our 2 families can join forces and dominate the Azure continent and the divine continent. We can return to the divine continent. Dishi Qingling chuckled, thinking about how he had been forced out by the super forces of the divine continent back then. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but he had never had the chance to return to the divine continent. Li Lingtian had no idea that he had been targeted long ago. In front of the god's ceiling tower, a devilish man was looking at Tang Qingyue, who was inside the tower, with a vicious look on his face. He was the eldest young master of the Dishi family and the #1 genius of the Dishi family. Humph, you asked for it. You betrayed me and gave the Een blood to a piece of trash. Now, even if I don't want you, I'll add you to the Tuoba family, hee. It's said that Tabiyu is extremely talented in that aspect. You'll be able to enjoy it when the time comes. Dishi Lingfeng said blandly, his face showing a vicious look. He had never thought that someone in this world would dare to betray him. Although the woman in front of him didn't give him the Een blood, she was indeed a beauty that could topple a country. He couldn't bear to part with her. However, Tuoba had taken a fancy to Tang Qingyue. He had somehow subdued a powerful warrior from his family and agreed to her request without caring about his face or the Dishi families. Shameless. Do you know that I regret it? Tang Qingyue felt so embarrassed when she heard Dishi Lingfeng's words, but now she was furious. He actually used her to marry into the Tuoba family. What was the use of such a man no matter how powerful he was? After saying that, she stared at Dishi Lingfeng with her bright eyes. Seeing that Dishi Lingfeng did not say anything, she continued coldly, I've never regretted it, because you're worlds apart from him. You call him trash? He relied on himself to grow stronger step by step, while you're just a yes man who relies on your family. You're worse than trash. Tang Qingyue's face was filled with madness as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with determination as she bit down on her own tongue. Chapter 333 Wedding 1. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew past, and Tang Qingyue, who was in the god's ceiling pagoda, was completely imprisoned. She could not move at all. Dishi Lingfeng saw that Tang Qingyue was about to commit suicide. How could he let her have her way? Putting aside the fact that he was going to lure Li Lingtian here, Tang Qingyue had to maintain the marriage between the Dishi family and the Tuoba family. If Tang Qingyue died, the relationship between Dishi family and Tuoba family would be broken. Is it that easy to die? I want you to see with your own eyes how I kill him and make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Dishi Lingfeng said coldly, with a vicious look on his face. He felt great imagining Li Lingtian begging for mercy on his knees. With that said, he turned around and left. He was waiting for the wedding to come when he would personally kill Li Lingtian and destroy his reputation. Watching Dishi Lingfeng leave, Tang Qinghua showed a trace of hatred on her face. She was not sure if Li Lingtian would show up, but she was worried that he would be taken advantage of by the Dishi family and Tuoba family. However, she was looking forward to Li Lingtian's arrival to prove that her past was definitely worth it.
Days passed.
Dishi family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Countless super powerful warriors had arrived. On this day, thousands of warriors gathered in the square of Dishi family. Those who came here were all martial arts grandmasters and above. Moreover, each of them was a famous and powerful figure. They were either the elders of a clan or the helmsmen of a sect. Those who could come here were all powerful warriors and families invited by Dishi family. On the wide square, there were thousands of tables. The more people sat at the front, the higher their status. At the front of the square was a huge platform. This platform was also used to announce support and was also the wedding venue for the bride and groom. Welcome to Dishi family, everyone. I am Dishi Yunxiu. Today is the wedding day of Tang Qinghua of Dishi family and Tuoba Yu of Tuoba family. Dishi family is really grateful that you have come to our family despite your busy schedule.
Dishi Yunxiu said loudly.
He was a 5th-level martial honored realm warrior, one of the top 10 most powerful warriors in Dishi family, and the host to this wedding. Congratulations, 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 young master. Congratulations, Miss Tang, eldest young master, and Miss Tang are a match made in heaven. They're really a match made in heaven. Instantly, countless experts congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Beside a table not far from the high platform, a young man dressed in a red robe had an arrogant smile on his face. His entire head was raised high, completely disregarding the experts who had arrived. Dishi Lingfeng was standing beside him. His face was calm, and he didn't even look at Tuoba Yu. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in the sky. The queen, Yu Bufeng, has come to congratulate brother Dishi. A white-bearded old man flew over. His entire body carried a powerful aura. He was also a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert. One could imagine how powerful the Queen's palace was. As one of the 3 superpowers of the Azure continent, they naturally couldn't be too shabby. They had also sent a level 7 super expert over. Countless super experts' expressions changed drastically when they heard Yu Bufeng's name. Yu Bufeng was one of the 10 palace guards of the Queen's palace. His strength was terrifying, and he had never been defeated in his life. They did not expect the Queen's palace to send Yu Bufeng over. This had truly exceeded the expectations of all the powerhouses. Not only him, but even the people from Dishi family and Tuoba family didn't expect that the Queen's palace would send Yu Bufeng here. Haha, brother Yu, you're here. Dishi family is honored to see you. Brother Yu, please take a seat. Dishi Yunxiu was startled when he saw Yu Bufeng. However, as a martial supreme, he reacted immediately and showed a delighted look on his face. Before he could react, there was another sound of air being torn apart. A huge blood-red python flew over. The python was at least 20 meters long, and its entire body erupted with terrifying demonic power. It was a 6th-tier 5th-level demonic beast, the Green Cloud Dragon. On top of the Green Cloud Dragon was a young man with a confident smile on his face. Lycia of the Wind Moon Palace, congratulations on the marriage between Dishi family and Tuoba family. The young man said loudly as he gently waved the fan in his hand. His elegant temperament made countless martial artists admire him. Tian Lycia, a 6th-level martial honored realm expert, was the 3rd prince of the Wind Moon Palace, one of the top 10 princes. He had not expected the Wind Moon Palace to send the 3rd prince to the Dishi family. House of Storms, when Yunfeng is here. At the same time that Lai Xia arrived, the super experts of the House of Storms also arrived. Moreover, the person who arrived was also a 6th-level martial-honored realm expert. His strength was shocking. He carried a huge broadsword on his back, emitting violent sword chi. He ignored all the experts and walked straight to the front of the square. The arrival of the 3 superpowers made all the experts feel pressured. With the top-notch experts of these superpowers joining them, they really felt a little restricted. Wen Yunfeng was also the only son of the House of Storms, Deputy House Master. He was extremely talented. He had reached the 6th level of the Supreme Realm before he was even 200 years old. He was not inferior to the 3rd Prince of the Wind Moon Palace. Haha, sirs, please take a seat. Dishi Yunqiu couldn't sit still anymore. Although the 3 super forces had given him invitations, they didn't expect him to come. Now, the 3 super forces had not only come, but also sent super powerful warriors at the 6th or 7th sky. Such a lineup was really out of Dishi family's expectation. The arrival of the 3 major powers had gathered almost all the major powers in the Azure continent. Even the Lan clan, Yi clan, and Dongling clan of Qinglan City had sent people to participate. Although the journey was long, these experts would only need a few days to use the mysterious teleportation array. However, the consumption was beyond imagination. After greeting all the powerful warriors politely, Dishi Yunqiu waited for the bride to come out. All the experts also built relationships with each other. After all, it was much better to be able to make friends with a Supreme Realm expert than to offend one. In an instant, countless experts were happily chatting. They enjoyed the delicacies while waiting for the wedding to begin. In Dishi family's God-sealing tower, Tang Qingyue's face was pale. He had never thought that he would one day reach such a stage without any freedom. Miss, it's time to change. A maid walked into the God-sealing pagoda. Without the slightest bit of courtesy, she waved her hand and took out a jade bottle. Immediately, a red mist appeared and arrived in front of Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but she was powerless and could only be manipulated. Although she was conscious, she could not control her thoughts and could only let the maid change her clothes. In just a moment, she was dressed in a bright red gown, a phoenix crown, and a rosy robe. Her face was covered in a faint red makeup, and her entire person was incomparably beautiful. Her beauty was enough to make people go crazy. It was noon, and countless experts were getting impatient. At this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. Boom, boom. A 7-colored light shot up into the sky. The light shot straight into the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire Dishi family was turned into a colorful and beautiful world, stunning countless warriors. After 9 consecutive rings, the sound in the sky quieted down, but the colorful world did not show any signs of dissipating. As soon as she finished speaking, 9 beautiful maids floated out of the air. In the middle of them was a peerless woman wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe. The woman was incomparably beautiful. There were 9 maids behind her. All the experts were stunned when they saw the woman. They didn't expect such a beautiful woman to exist in this world. He couldn't help but feel happy for Tuobayu. To be able to marry such a woman, it was worth it even if he had to live a few hundred years less. Similarly, when Tuobayu saw Tang Qingyue arrive, his eyes widened. This was also the second time he had seen Tang Qingyue. The first time was when he accidentally saw her in front of the God-sealing pagoda. In the end, she begged her father to propose marriage. Now that her wish had finally come true, and she was about to become his woman, how could she not be excited? He quickly walked towards the high platform with a smile on his face. Now, I will preside over the wedding of Tuobayu and Tang Qingyue. That I wish the two of you a long life together and love forever. Seeing Tang Qingyue, Dishi Yunqiu announced loudly. Instantly, countless powerful warriors below the stage burst into a round of applause. A series of beautiful music sounded, and the entire atmosphere was extremely happy. Tuobayu looked at Tang Qingyue in bliss. Only Dishi Lingfeng looked around with a confused look on his face. Countless warriors wondered why a girl surnamed Tang from Dishi family got married. Although many warriors knew about Dishi family, they didn't dare to talk about it. Two crystal tears rolled down Tang Qingyue's face. Her life was ruined just like that. Wait. In the celebratory atmosphere, an extremely discordant voice sounded. All the warriors looked in the same direction and saw a young man in white walking on the road leading to Dishi family. The young man had a faint smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he strolled over as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Alone, he merged with the world, forming a unique landscape. All the martial artists were stunned. Although this young man was far away, his martial emperor realm could still be seen through the test. A young martial emperor dared to stop the wedding between Dishi family and Tuoba family. Was this insane? Or was this young man crazy? Even the three superpowers wouldn't dare to do such a thing, let alone a young man. Who is this? He's so arrogant. Even if he's here to attend the wedding, he can't stop him. Isn't this courting death? A martial emperor actually came to cause trouble. However, this young man is also a rare genius. It looks like he's only 20 years old, but he's already a martial emperor. His future is limitless. You're simply courting death. All of a sudden, countless martial artists were discussing animatedly, attracted by this young man's actions. Only a few martial artists knew about this young man's background. However, when they saw this young man appear, they were all extremely curious. However, the expression on Tabayu's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 334: The Power of Celestial Phenomenon. In the square, the atmosphere of the wedding was originally joyous, but the appearance of this young man had become strange. The look on Dishi Lingfeng's face gradually turned crazy. The young man in the distance looked like a pretty boy. He was elegant and had an otherworldly temperament that was enough to make any woman in the world fall for him. No wonder Tang Qingyue betrayed him. The anger in his heart gradually grew, and he wanted to tear this young man apart. The young man was naturally Li Lingtian. He walked toward the plaza step by step. Every step he took was steady and confident, making all the warriors feel impatient. This young man was actually walking so slowly. How long was he going to walk for? Do you have any objections? Finally, under the gaze of tens of thousands of powerhouses, Li Lingtian made his way to the center of the plaza. His eyes were fixed on the woman in the phoenix crown and rosy robe on the high platform in the distance. Tuobayu could not hold it in any longer as he asked Li Lingtian coldly. This young man had been staring at his wife, who was about to marry. Wasn't this an insult? Scram. I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for him. She forcefully took away a disciple of my Sky Cloud sect. Now, he can't even protect his own woman. You are trash. Li Lingtian's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the plaza. He actually told Tuobayu to scram. Tuobayu was the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, a third-level Supreme Realm super expert. A martial emperor had actually humiliated Tabayu in front of all the super experts. Wasn't this courting death? Not only did he insult Tuobayu, but he also insulted Dishi Lingfeng. Instantly, countless warriors were confused and curious. Hearing this young man's words, there must be something interesting that they didn't know about. Moreover, they had never heard of Sky Cloud sect.
Could it be a small sect?
Damn it. Dishi Lingfeng was enraged. This was exposing his shortcomings. If all the powerful warriors knew about him, he would lose his face. With that said, he was about to fly up and kill Li Lingtian. This young man was truly detestable. It would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill him.
Why?
Are you worried that I will expose your shortcomings? She's a disciple of Sky Cloud sect in Sky Dragon Empire of Green Continent. You shamelessly took a fancy to her Een body and wanted to get the Een blood. Unfortunately, you didn't get it. You took her away, and now you married her to this trash as a member of Dishi family. Your cultivation base is trash, and your character alone makes you unfit to be a human being. Li Lingtian looked at the enraged Dishi Lingfeng. He too wanted to see what the ultimate powerhouse he had always looked up to was like now. After saying that, the faces of all the powerful warriors became extremely weird. Although they did not say anything, in Dishi Lingfeng's eyes, it seemed like these powerful warriors were laughing at him. He was instantly enraged. In a flash, he flew toward Li Lingtian, and a destructive palm print pressed down on him. In the air, the force continued to tear apart. The destructive force tore apart the space above Li Lingtian. Seeing the power of the third level of martial honored realm, they were all shocked. They did not expect Dishi Lingfeng to obtain the third level of martial honored realm in such a short time. A martial emperor youth was directly crushed into ashes by a martial honors attack. However, what happened next stunned all the experts. Get lost. Li Lingtian did not even look at Dishi Lingfeng's attack. Instead, he waved his hand and a huge palm print was sent forward. The palm print did not have the slightest bit of power. It was like a flower without any true essence. Moreover, Li Lingtian's actions were like swatting a fly. Rumble. Just when all the warriors felt that Li Lingtian was courting death, a loud explosion was heard in the air. Li Lingtian's hand seal disappeared, but Dishi Lingfeng's attack was neutralized as well. His body was thrown backward. Shup. All the super experts were shocked by this result. Although Dishi Lingfeng did not use his trump card, a furious attack from a third-level martial honored realm expert could severely injure even a first-level martial honored realm expert. However, he did not expect that this martial royal realm young man could send Dishi Lingfeng, who was at the third level of martial honored realm, flying with just a casual wave of his hand. Neither of them used their full strength in the attack, but Dishi Lingfeng was at a disadvantage. One don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking. Remember this next time. Li Lingtian's sharp gaze swept across all the powerhouses. Wherever his gaze passed, all the powerhouses felt a sense of oppression. This young martial emperor was actually so terrifying. No wonder he dared to come here to cause trouble. Yu Bafeng, Wen Yunfeng, and Lai Xia from the Wind Moon Palace were all extremely shocked. They did not expect this young man's strength to be so terrifying. His realm was completely different from his strength. Li Lingtian's gaze returned to Tang Qingyue. He saw two streams of tears rolling down her delicate face as she looked at Li Lingtian with a dazed expression. He didn't expect that he would really come to save him at this critical moment, regardless of the power of the Dishi family. She did not expect his strength to become so terrifying. In just 2 years, he had actually advanced from a warrior spirit to the realm of a martial emperor. Moreover, his strength was extremely terrifying. Even he did not dare to imagine it. But even so, they were still no match for Dishi family and Tuoba family. While he was excited, he was also worried about Li Lingtian. If something happened to Li Lingtian here, what would happen to his sister? She knew that the Tuoba family and the Dishi family were going to deal with Li Lingtian. She was anxious, but she could not say anything. Sister Qingyue, I'm here to pick you up. Come back with me. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step until he reached the bottom of the platform. He had a faint smile on his face, just like when he was in Sky Dragon Empire. However, it was no longer Sky Dragon Empire, but the Azure Continent. Similarly, Li Lingtian was no longer the Li Lingtian of the past. He was now a powerful martial royal realm powerhouse. Tears rolled down Tang Qingyue's face, but she was smiling happily. However, she could neither speak nor answer Li Lingtian. What qualifications do you have? She is my wife. Get lost or I will kill you. Tuobayu was instantly enraged when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. How could he say such things to his wife in front of the world's strongest? Where did he put his face? When he spoke, the true essence in his body had already been circulated to the extreme, and he had a move to kill him. You still haven't learned your lesson. Do you think you're very powerful? But in my eyes, you're just as useless as him. Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at Tuobayu. His aura slowly rose. All right. Today, I'll let you know what strength is. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Tuobayu was furious. He was a genius and had always been high and mighty. In less than 200 years, he had already reached the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. With such cultivation, he was definitely one of the top existences in the Azure continent. Now, someone actually called him a good-for-nothing. Moreover, the person who called him was a young martial emperor. How could he accept such a thing? If he didn't kill him now, he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. After he finished speaking, his body flashed and his hands reached out into the air. A strange power began to rotate. This power was extremely strange. Even Li Lingtian had never seen such a force before. It was not the power of heaven and earth, nor was it a taboo for martial honor. Tuobayu's expression was extremely sincere as he made a prostrating gesture with both hands. Immediately, a destructive force blasted toward Li Lingtian. He had just witnessed Li Lingtian sending Dishi Lingfeng flying with his own eyes. Although Dishi Lingfeng was careless, Li Lingtian's methods were strange, and he dared not repeat the same mistake. Celestial phenomenon energy, suppress. With a soft shout, the energy between heaven and earth formed a light shadow. When it arrived before Li Lingtian, the space was torn apart. Countless powerhouses were shocked when they saw this terrifying power. A 3rd-level martial honored realm expert could actually display such terrifying power. A genius was indeed a genius. The power of a level 3 was not inferior to a level 4. In fact, it was even stronger. Upon seeing this force, all the warriors turned their attention to Li Lingtian.
They wanted to see what would happen to him.
Li Lingtian's expression had calmed down as well. He extended his hands, and a jade ruler appeared in his hands. Jade light ruler, break. Li Lingtian did not waste any time and immediately unleashed his inferior, celestial weapon. His current skills were either earth-ranked or heaven-ranked divine powers. Regardless of whether it was an earth rank or a heaven rank, in his hands, their power was incomparably powerful. However, when facing a supreme realm expert, the earth rank was still useless. Only heaven-ranked divine powers could defeat the enemy. Now that the 3rd-level supreme realm expert was the first to attack, he did not have time to use his skills. He used the jade light ruler and casually waved it, and the jade light ruler slashed down. A beam of dazzling light met the destructive force head-on. At the same time, Li Lingtian's body flashed and disappeared from his spot. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the earth trembled. All the experts felt the terrifying force tearing them apart. They hurriedly activated their protective shields to block the destructive force. The Jade Light Ruler was an inferior-grade celestial weapon, but Li Lingtian could barely withstand the attack of a martial honor. Li Lingtian had found an opportunity to leave after he was blocked. He floated in the air and raised his hands. Immediately, an aura of destruction and death erupted in the air. 2 terrifying ultimate attributes appeared in his hands, and all the experts were terrified. Ice and fire martial souls. All the powerhouses were stunned when they saw the attributes in Li Lingtian's hands. It was rare to see a dual martial soul of ice and fire in the Azure continent even in 10,000 years. They did not expect to see one here. The aura of space, destruction, and death grew stronger as Li Lingtian slowly put his hands together. At the instant his hands were clasped together, an aura of extermination soared into the sky, making all the martial artists feel the terrifying aura of extermination. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it only lasted for 2 seconds. This period of time was exactly the time when Tabayu's attack was cancelled out. He looked at Li Lingtian in horror, with a vicious look on his face. With a flip of his hand, another mysterious force appeared. Upon discovering Li Lingtian, all the warriors present cried out in alarm, their faces filled with horror. Chapter 335 True Spirit Pearl. All the experts felt the terrifying pressure, and their faces revealed horror at the same time. Light of Chaos. Countless super experts cried out in surprise. They all recognized this destructive aura because this force was the most powerful chaotic light of the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was rumored to be a branch of an ancient family and a descendant of an ancient mighty family. This light of chaos had also been passed down from ancient times. However, very few people could cultivate it, and no one had confirmed that the Tuoba family was a descendant of the ancient times. This was only a legend. But now this Tabayu had actually easily used the light of chaos. It seemed that Tabayu had already obtained an ancient inheritance. The strength of an expert who obtained an ancient inheritance was far superior to those of the same level. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as well. Even though he had never seen the primal chaos light before, he had heard of it in legends. The power of the primal chaos light could be said to be one of the most powerful cultivation techniques from ancient times. But now, the ice, fire, 9 heavens had already been unleashed. It was already too late to launch another attack. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the light pillar of ice/fire/9 heavens collided with the light of chaos. At the same time, all the experts shot out and looked at the center of the battle from afar. They also used their protective shields. They did not want to suffer the consequences. The collision of the two attacks formed a destructive halo in the center. The halo exploded, and instantly, the entire square was covered in the halo. The destructive tearing power continued to tear through space. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as his mind was shaken. Although he knew how powerful the light of chaos was, he did not expect his third heaven of ice, fire, 9 heavens to be defeated. The extermination of the ice, fire, 9 heavens was his most powerful attack. After he reached the martial emperor realm, this killing move had been upgraded to the extreme. With one attack, even a martial honored realm expert could be killed instantly. However, this move was directly shattered in front of Tabayu. He was half squatting on the ground and supported himself with one hand, not letting himself lie down. His eyes were cold as he looked at Tuobayu's arrogant expression. "I told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Now you know. Kneel down and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. She is my wife. Who do you think you are?" Tuobayu defeated Li Lingtian in one move and looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. He reached out and pulled Tang Qingyue into his arms. His entire body was emitting a violent aura. Defeating Li Lingtian in one move in front of all the powerhouses had given him a great sense of pride. Seeing the horrified expressions of tens of thousands of powerhouses, he felt extremely pleased. Tang Qingyue could not put up any resistance. Her face turned pale when she saw Li Lingtian being injured. Li Lingtian could not even deal with Tabayu alone, let alone the powerful fighters from the Taba family. In fact, none of the Dishi family's fighters had made a move yet. By then, Li Lingtian would not be able to escape. Moreover, with the status of the Dishi family and the Tuoba family, they could easily wipe out Li Lingtian with just a word. Is that so, or do you think you can win just like that? Haha, you're too naive. In this world, the strong survive, and it is life and death. You are just a piece of trash that relies on your family. Since you want to fight, I will let you experience it. Dishi family, Tuoba family, I'm going to wipe them all out today. If you don't want to die, get lost. Li Lingtian slowly stood up with a crazed look on his face. He glared at the powerhouses around him. With a spin of his body, he floated up. His entire body emitted a shocking aura. The appearance of this aura caused the tens of thousands of experts to feel a wave of terror. Dragon Qi, that's right, it's dragon energy. This dragon Qi is so pure. Could it be that he was transformed from a dragon blood vein? I've really opened my eyes today. One is the light of chaos, and the other is the dragon Qi. All of a sudden, all the powerhouses retreated once again. They had already left the plaza and were looking at Li Lingtian from afar. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's aura, they could tell that it was the legendary dragon energy. However, there was no true dragon in the divine martial continent, let alone dragon energy. Unless the young man before them had a dragon blood meridian, there was no way he would have dragon energy. Roar! With a loud roar, a gigantic silver-winged flying dragon appeared beneath Li Lingtian's feet. The air was filled with a shocking pressure. Pressure was the pressure of demonic power. It was many times more powerful and terrifying than the pressure of human experts. Silver-winged flying dragon. A level 6, level 2 silver-winged flying dragon. I didn't expect someone to subdue a silver-winged flying dragon. This is a mutated silver-winged flying dragon. Look at this aura. It's completely the aura of the true dragon race. The appearance of the silver-winged flying dragon shocked all the experts. Moreover, when they discovered the aura of the silver-winged flying dragon, they were even more shocked. During Li Lingtian's cultivation, the silver-winged flying dragon had also advanced to become a powerful Tier 6 Level 2 existence. Haha, do you think you can destroy my Dishi family with just this one beast? How ignorant! Dishi Lingfeng spoke up as well. This was the Dishi family. Tuobayu's battle with Li Lingtian in the Dishi family had already embarrassed him. Furthermore, he was sent flying by Li Lingtian with a single blow while Tuobayu defeated Li Lingtian with a single move. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? It showed that he was inferior to Tuobayu. He felt disgusted when he heard Li Lingtian say that he was going to wipe out the Dishi and Tuoba families. However, when he saw Li Lingtian summoning the silver-winged flying dragon, he laughed out loud. He thought that Li Lingtian was going to wipe out the Dishi and Tuoba families with the silver-winged flying dragon. Look at this. I hope you can still smile when the time comes. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and a thumb-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was flickering with a faint spirit qi, which was obviously sealed. The pearl hovered in front of Li Lingtian, and the air around him became a little oppressive. The pearl did not seem to have any power, but it exuded a destructive aura. True spirit pearl? True spirit pearl. It's a true spirit pearl. A 4th-level martial honored realm super expert cried out in alarm. His face revealed a look of fear. His body flashed, and he flew into the distance. He only stopped after he was 10 miles away from the square. Even the powerhouses who did not know the origin of Li Lingtian's pearl were shocked when they saw the level 4 powerhouse running away. They quickly retreated as well. For a moment, there were only a few people in the square. Brother Zhou, what is this true spirit pearl? That's right. Do you think a pearl can scare you like this? The 2 Supreme Realm experts asked curiously. A bead that had no power could actually make a 4th-level Supreme Realm expert so frightened. They were extremely curious and listened carefully. True spirit pearls. Legend has it that only one can appear in 1,000,000 years. This is a pearl that can condense spiritual energy for 1,000,000 years. The condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The power of the self-destruction of the vermilion spiritual pearl, which has been condensed for 1,000,000 years, is enough to destroy a city. Even a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert will disappear in front of this true spiritual pearl. Zhou Haoqing still had a lingering fear. The fear on his face did not dissipate, but instead became even stronger. He had seen this bead in ancient books. The power of the bead was terrifying, but this was all a legend. He had never seen it before. However, he did not expect it to appear in the hands of this young man today. What is it? Can it destroy a city? That even a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert is going to vanish into thin air. Is that so terrifying? It only appears once every 1,000,000 years. How powerful must it be? All the experts were terrified. Looking at this pearl, it was as if they had seen the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He had never thought that this young man had such a terrifying thing. No wonder he dared to come to Dishi family to make trouble. He had been prepared for this. Tuobayu, Dishi Lingfeng, and the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family all became serious. Facing the threat of death, no one could stay calm. I don't believe that this broken pearl of yours is so powerful. When Tabayu saw all the experts retreat explosively, he was also incomparably shocked in his heart. However, it was already too late. If the other party really detonated the pearl, this place would be destroyed. This peerless beauty would be gone, and his life would be lost. However, he did not believe that the bead in Li Lingtian's hand was so powerful. He merely saw it as a deterrent to Li Lingtian. What do you want? At this moment, Dishi Yunqiu opened his mouth because he had also discovered how terrifying this pearl was. Inside it was a shockingly destructive power. Once it exploded, even if it couldn't destroy the 9 heavens, his Dishi family would be finished. Hand over my sister Qingyue, and I will personally kill them, Li Lingtian said coldly. This was one of his trump cards. If he had no other choice, he would just let this true spirit pearl explode here. Although he would also be injured, he could still escape. No, I can. Dishi Lingfeng and Tuobayu spoke at the same time. When they saw Dishi Yunqiu lowering his head slightly, they knew that the pearl in Li Lingtian's hand was truly that powerful. However, it was absolutely impossible to take Tang Qingyue away. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression turned into one of shock and anger as Li Lingtian's body had mysteriously vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian was already on the platform. With a single hand, he activated the Divine Dragon Ring and was about to put Tang Qingyue into it. Dishi Lingfeng's body flashed as he threw a punch at Li Lingtian's back. The destructive force tore the space apart. At that moment, Tuobayu appeared at the same time and struck out at Li Lingtian with his palm. Naturally, he would not allow Li Lingtian to take Tang Qingyue away from him. If he did, he would lose face. Tang Qingyue's face was filled with fear when she saw the 2 destructive forces heading toward Li Lingtian. Her heart felt like it was about to be torn apart, but she could see the faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Bang!
Bang!
2 destructive attacks from a 3rd heaven revered martial artist struck Li Lingtian's defenseless body. Chapter 336: God's Wrath and the Great Brahma Shield. The destructive force bombarded Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian's heart jolted when his protective shield shattered. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale and powerless. She had withstood the attacks of 2 3rd-level Supreme Realm experts, but in exchange, Tang Qingyue had disappeared from the Divine Dragon Ring. All the martial artists watched as Tang Qingyue was swallowed by a ray of light. When Tang Qingyue disappeared, tears rolled down her face. At the same time, The powerful impact sent Li Lingtian flying off the platform before he fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene caused all the experts to feel shocked. For a woman, he was actually willing to take the risk and resist the destructive attack of a supreme realm expert. There was actually such an infatuated man in this world. What shocked them even more was that Li Lingtian, a martial emperor, was only injured by the bombardment of 2 level 3 powerhouses. He did not vanish into thin air, as they had expected. Facing such a powerful physique, even a demon cultivator would feel inferior. Roar! The silver-winged flying dragon let out a roar, and a shocking demonic power soared into the sky. Its huge wings erupted with destructive wind blades, and it directly bombarded the experts on the high platform. Rumble. With another burst of explosions, the high platform was directly destroyed, and all the people on it flew away. The wedding venue was a mess. The bride had been taken away by Li Lingtian, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The moment the silver-winged flying dragon unleashed its attack, it grabbed Li Lingtian and was about to fly away. However, Dishi Lingfeng and Tuobiyu darted over and launched a destructive attack with fury. Since you want to destroy it, I will let you destroy it. Blood trickled down Li Lingtian's lips as a crazed look appeared on his face. With a flick of his finger, the pearl in his hand shot out. Suddenly, a destructive pure spiritual energy erupted between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy exploded. Boom! Destruction. It was definitely destruction. On the square, a halo of spiritual energy spread out and exploded in all directions. Wherever the halo passed, everything turned into ashes. Countless experts who did not manage to escape in time were killed. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was devoid of life. Except for a few powerful palaces, everything else in Dishi family had disappeared. Hundreds of super-powerful warriors and the entire Dishi family were destroyed. Tuobiyu and Dishi Lingfeng were also in a sorry state. A black light shield protected Tuobiyu, and in front of Dishi Lingfeng was a weird hill, which allowed them to escape. However, the two of them were no longer as carefree as before. Instead, they were in a sorry state. Their clothes were tattered, and they looked like beggars. Their faces were filled with viciousness, and their anger was overflowing. They glared coldly at Li Lingtian, who was 20 miles away. Dishi family was destroyed. For a moment, all the powerful warriors remained silent. The scene was extremely weird. Li Lingtian, I'm going to tear you apart today. Good, very good. If I don't extract your soul and refine it today, my surname won't be Tuoba. Dishi Lingfeng and Tuoba, you could not hold it in any longer. They channeled their inner yuan to the maximum and dashed toward Li Lingtian. On one hand, his family was destroyed, while on the other hand, his wife was taken away. Naturally, they would not let Li Lingtian off with such hatred. Then let's try. Li Lingtian groaned in his heart. He did not expect his opponent to react so quickly. He did not even have the chance to escape. He had wanted to escape, but a strange force erupted in the air. The appearance of this force trapped him within. He immediately understood that this was the defensive formation of Dishi family. He had destroyed a part of Dishi family, but the real important parts of Dishi family were not destroyed. Now that the other party had also activated the defensive array, he could break this defensive array, but he needed time. Obviously, the other party would not give him time to break it. It was impossible for today's matter to be so easy to calculate.
He was also in danger this time.
After saying that, he activated all the Zhen Yuan in his body. The silver-winged flying dragon flashed across the air and flew towards Dishi Lingfeng. Having been with Li Lingtian for a long time, it knew that the situation was dangerous even without Li Lingtian's instructions. It must not allow two powerhouses to join forces against Li Lingtian. It would rather risk its life to keep one of them busy. The wrath of the gods. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Lingtian unleashed divine wrath from heaven. Instantly, the sky was filled with stars. During the day, strange stars actually appeared, instantly making the entire scene strange. These stars instantly gathered together, and a wave of thunder and lightning struck down. Heavenly might descended, bringing with it a destructive attack that smashed down on Tabayu. Crash, boomed, rumble. Terrifying thunder and lightning bolts filled the area within 200 meters of Tabayu. Each bolt of lightning was the size of an arm and carried destructive power as it bombarded down. Such an attack was like the wrath of the heavens. After Li Lingtian became a martial emperor, he had cultivated the divine descending wrath to a deeper level. This way, his cultivation base would be more powerful in dealing small-scale attacks. The experts in the distance were shocked. They did not expect this martial emperor to use a heaven-grade divine power. The power of a heaven-grade divine power was not as trashy as an earth-grade divine power. A supreme realm expert could control one or two techniques and look down on everyone. A martial monarch realm expert could not control a heaven-grade divine power at all. Now, not only did this young man control a heaven-grade divine power, but the attacks he used should also be mysterious heaven-grade divine powers. Otherwise, they would not be so terrifying. Great Brahma's shield. Tuobayu did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to unleash such a terrifying skill at this time. Furthermore, it was a heaven-tier divine ability. In the past, when he was a martial emperor, he was already invincible when he was able to cultivate a heaven-grade divine power. But now, it seemed that this martial emperor was even stronger than him. The fear on his face was extremely ugly. He used his divine sense, and a palm-sized shield appeared. The shield emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. This aura was ancient, and when countless people saw this shield, their eyes revealed greed. The Great Brahma Shield is a peerless heavenly artifact. I didn't expect to find a shield that's a supreme grade celestial artifact. If I have this shield, as long as I don't encounter a terrifying supreme martial honor, no one in the same level can break it. That's right. The Tuoba family is indeed not simple. They can even casually take out such a heaven artifact. For a moment, countless super experts were discussing. The lightning in the sky was still constantly bombarding. Li Lingtian's expression turned grave. He had killed Tong Yunfei in one strike when he met him previously. Although Tong Yunfei was only a second heaven-revered martial artist, Li Lingtian's current strength was not something he could compare to back then. Moreover, according to the comparison, he was several times stronger than the last time. With his current cultivation strength, he should be able to kill a 5th-level Supreme Realm expert. However, he seemed so powerless against a 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert like Tuobayu. Crash. Following the final explosion, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Against the opponent's defense, the descending divine wrath was completely useless. This was the difference in tier. At the same time, the silver-winged flying dragon was also heavily wounded by Dishilingfeng. Show. Li Lingtian's expression gradually calmed down as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. A terrifying sword will burst forth in the air. The sword intent filled the entire space. The sharp sword intent destroyed the minds and wills of countless experts. The surviving Supreme Realm experts present were all extremely powerful. However, when they felt the sword intent in the air, their expressions changed drastically. Li Lingtian's sword will burst out from his body and shook the space inch by inch. He floated in the air with his eyes slightly closed. The cold sword intent made him look even colder. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. A man was like a sword, sharp and unyielding. Sword intent, terrifying sword intent. Is he still human? He has ice and fire martial souls, and now he has cultivated sword intent. This sword intent is so domineering. No, it's the heavenly sword physique. He has the heavenly sword physique. Heavenly sword body. The legendary most domineering sword cultivator, the heavenly sword body, controls the myriad swords in the world. He's a monster. Let's not talk about the ice and fire martial souls. He also has the heavenly sword physique. Comparing people is infuriating. When Li Lingtian's sword was unleashed, some people could immediately tell that Li Lingtian had the heavenly sword physique. Shi Lingfeng and Tuobiyu sensed the destructive sword intent and listened to the discussions of the other powerful warriors. They were jealous. They couldn't let this young man live, or else he would be a threat in the future. In their eyes, they were the #1 genius in the world. How could they tolerate someone stronger than them? Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking pressure burst forth. This pressure was the pressure of a saint weapon. It directly crushed countless experts. All the experts could no longer hold it in. There was no way to describe it with shock. Not only was he talented, but he had also used a saint weapon. What kind of concept was this? Tuobiyu could not sit still either. He cast a spell and augmented the great Brahma shield. In the blink of an eye, it had only taken 3 to 4 seconds for Li Lingtian to prepare his sword howl to the heavens and earth before his divine advent was rendered ineffective. By the time Tuobiyu reacted, it was already too late. He could only reinforce the supreme heavenly weapon, the great Brahma shield, in hopes that it could withstand Li Lingtian's sacred weapon. Li Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Tianyu's sword seriously, as if he was looking at his own kin. Then, he swung his sword without leaving a trace. Even the traces of the sword whistling through the heavens and the earth had disappeared, and in exchange, it was replaced by the power of the heavens and the earth. Force. How is that possible? How can he control sword force? Oh my god. He actually managed to control the sword aura. Sword intent is nothing in front of the sword aura. This time, there's going to be a good show. The Queen's Palace's Yu Buffkin cried out in surprise for the first time. As a 7th-level martial honored realm super powerhouse, he had a wide range of knowledge. However, he could no longer remain calm after witnessing Li Lingtian's swordplay. Although the other martial artists did not understand, they knew how powerful was. They were all stunned for a moment, watching the sword light in the space gently slash down. Chapter 337. Sakura, Heavenly Sword. The cloud was formless, the wind was unfixed, and the sword aura was the same. One could not see the slightest bit of power. Li Lingtian swung his sword down lightly. All the warriors were confused as the sword did not carry any power. However, Tuobiyu's eyes were filled with fear. He felt that the destructive power of this sword was something that he could not withstand. Sword quick. The sword was sharp. The speed of the sword was so fast that it exceeded the sight of the martial artists. In an instant, the sword momentum had already landed on the great Brahma shield. The gazes of all the martial artists also shifted to Tuobiyu. Crash, hiss. The sword aura landed on the great Brahma shield. The great Brahma shield, which was known as a peerless heavenly weapon, was split into 2 in front of the sword aura. At the same time, Tuobiyu was also split into 2 by the sword aura. A tearing sound rang out as Tuobiyu's entire body was pulverized by the sword light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. Instantly, thousands of experts were stunned when they saw this scene. This was a monstrous expert at the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. His strength was not inferior to the 5th level of the martial honored realm at all. However, such an expert was destroyed by a sword. Whoosh! A great commotion arose. Except for the sounds of the battle between the silver-winged flying dragon and Dishi Feng, all other warriors and everything in the air were frozen. At that moment, Dishi Feng could not help but be shocked. He flashed and gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Li Lingtian from afar. The silver-winged flying dragon had been beaten by Dishi Feng and was covered in wounds. Now that Dishi Feng had left, it could finally catch its breath. In a flash, it came to Li Lingtian's side. Tuoba Yu, the #1 genius of the Tuoba family, was actually killed just like that. Countless experts felt like they were hallucinating, unable to accept the reality in front of them. This was also the reason why Dishi Feng gave up on the silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian's strength was beyond his imagination. If he did not leave, he would not be able to withstand Li Lingtian's attack. In the air, Li Lingtian's mouth was stained with blood as he scanned his surroundings in search of the space formation. He couldn't stay in this place for long. By now, the top-grade powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family hadn't shown up yet. There must be some conspiracy. If he stayed here, he would not have the slightest chance. Dishi Feng, I will let you live for a few days today, and then I will take your
life,
Li Lingtian said coldly. His entire body exuded an icy aura, and his gaze was extremely cold. All the warriors remained silent as they watched Li Lingtian's actions. They were feeling a little fearful of this young martial emperor. Sacrifice. He summoned the divine array diagram and waved his hands continuously. Li Lingtian's face was filled with anxiety as a strange sense of danger struck his heart. Destroy my Dishi family? Do you want to leave just like that? Is there such a simple thing in this world? A faint voice sounded. The voice was ethereal and uncertain, and no one knew where the source was. Furthermore, the voice carried a supreme pressure that made Li Lingtian's heart tremble. Just the voice alone had brought him a strong sense of oppression. He wondered just how powerful the owner of the voice was. All the experts were surprised. They were obviously curious about the owner of this voice. In the air, an old man with white hair and beard appeared strangely. The old man's arrival did not even cause the slightest spatial fluctuation in the air. It was as if the old man had been there all along. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the old man's movement technique and cultivation base. The old man's face was calm. Even when facing the destruction of the Dishi family, he did not show any anger. Instead, he looked at Li Lingtian with a calm expression. Sakura Heavenly Sword. A super powerful warrior from Dishi family. 7th level Supreme Realm. The most powerful being under the Supreme Elders of Dishi family. For a moment, some of the super experts recognized this old man. When they discovered the old man's appearance, they were incomparably shocked. This Sakura Heavenly Sword was a legend of the Dishi family. Ever since it had been created, it had never been defeated. It was extremely powerful. When he was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, he had already killed a 5th level Supreme Realm expert. Now that he had reached the 7th level, his strength was even more domineering. More importantly, the Sakura Heavenly Sword was born with a sword, and its cultivation in the sword path was unparalleled. This was also the key reason why he was invincible among his peers. Everyone, I've made a fool of myself. After the Sakura Sky sword showed up, he cupped his hands towards the powerful warriors in the distance and showed a faint smile on his face. Dishi family was indeed embarrassed by such a thing. Even if he wanted to kill this young man, he had to greet the other powerful warriors who came to congratulate him, and some of them were people that his Dishi family couldn't afford to offend. When all the powerhouses saw the Sakura Heavenly Sword appear, it was as if they had seen the result. Sakura Heavenly Sword was the true powerhouse. 7th heaven, even if the 8th or 9th heaven came, they might not be able to kill him. Li Lingtian, right? As long as you kneel and beg for mercy, I can spare your life, otherwise, you know the consequences. Sakura's sword's gaze landed on Li Lingtian. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but no one noticed it. Even though he was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert and had unparalleled strength, the young martial emperor in front of him was even more terrifying. He was much stronger than him back then. He had witnessed Li Lingtian's strength just now. However, he was unable to leave the place for the time being. Otherwise, he would not have watched his Dishi family be destroyed. It's your little grandpa, who do you think you are? What an old fart. You still dare to act tough in front of me? I think you're just an idiot. None of the Dishi family members are normal. You're just a bunch of idiots. Li Lingtian looked at the Sakura heavenly sword and felt his heart palpitate. The old man was also a sword principle expert, and his sword principle cultivation was much stronger than his. What else could he say when he encountered such an opponent? Instead of cowering, it was better to take advantage of it first. Otherwise, when he was killed, he would not have any benefits at all. Now, he had no choice but to give up. Although he was like this, the other powerhouses were shocked beyond words. Dishi Tianjian's expression changed drastically. He was originally calm, but now that he had met Li Lingtian, he could not help himself. Alright, you're courting death. You can't blame me. Today, not even God can protect you. Sakura heavenly sword said indifferently. He swept his gaze around, and his aura surged. It meant that he did not put Li Lingtian in his eyes at all. Killing a 7th-level Supreme Realm Martial Emperor was nothing more than killing an ant. When the news got out, he wouldn't feel ashamed of eliminating a Martial Emperor. In this place, no one dared to offend Dishi family and Tuoba family. Even the 3 super forces wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, the powerhouses from the 3 major factions had received news some time ago that there was a rift between them and Li Lingtian. Now, apart from the 3 major factions, no one else could protect Li Lingtian. However, just as he finished speaking, a faint voice sounded. Is Dishi family that great? The voice was sweet and crisp, making countless warriors feel a wave of comfort. They looked behind and saw a young girl slowly walking over. The young lady's expression was calm, completely ignoring the thousands of experts in the air. When Li Lingtian heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat before he smiled bitterly. Who is it? Sakura Heavenly Sword was stunned. In the Azure Continent, other than the 3 super forces, who else would dare to say such words? The super experts of the 3 major forces were all in the air and had no intention of speaking. Now that a young girl had come and actually said such words, it made him feel a wave of curiosity. Moreover, his expression became gloomy. He was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert, but he was actually provoked by a young girl. What happened next shocked all the powerhouses, including Li Lingtian. The young lady arrived at the edge of the square and completely ignored the existence of the array formation as she walked in step by step. They all knew that the defensive formation of Dishi family was extremely powerful, and even a holy formation master might not be able to break it. But now, this array formation actually failed in front of this young girl. Li Lingtian had the divine array diagram, and he was quite knowledgeable about arrays. Naturally, he knew how powerful this array was. If he was given enough time, he should be able to break it within half an hour. However, Huangfu Yuyan had ignored the array's existence. How could he not be shocked? Indeed, this young lady was Huangfu Yuyan, who was thrown out of the spaceship by Li Lingtian. He didn't want to know why Huangfu Yuyan had come here, but he wanted to know who she was. How dare she come to Dishi family and ignore the formation of Dishi family? There was an uproar. No one spoke anymore, and their expressions were extremely strange. Dishi Tianjian's face changed even more. He had seen so many strange things today. This Prince Huangfu, do you want to know this prince's name? Huangfu Yuyan walked step by step to the center of the square. Her eyes glanced at the Sakura heavenly sword in disdain, just like an elder looking down on a trash disciple. Huangfu. The Sakura heavenly sword was instantly stunned by Huangfu Yuyan's gaze. It had never encountered such a gaze before. However, the gaze that this young girl was looking at it with now made it feel like it was an illusion. This illusion was very strange and could not be described at all. His heart kept spinning, but he couldn't think of a family like the Huangfu family. Moreover, looking at this young girl, she only said the word Huangfu, as if the word Huangfu represented everything. More importantly, this young girl called herself Bengong. Only those transcending existences could call themselves Bengong. Huangfu. The other powerful warriors were also confused. If Huangfu Yuyan hadn't ignored the formation of Dishi family, they would have thought that she was a liar. However, he didn't expect that the Huangfu clan in the Azure continent would be so powerful. Could it be? Yu Bufeng immediately cried out in alarm. His expression became extremely ugly as his entire body trembled with fear on his face. Chapter 338. 10 Great Martial Saints. All the experts' attention shifted to Yu Bufeng. Seeing Yu Bufeng's expression, they were all puzzled. Could it be that these two words had such a great deterrent force? Even Sakura Heavenly Sword did not say anything. Li Lingtian was still in the Dishi family's formation. He was nothing but an ant in front of him. Brother Yu, do you know her background? Lai Xie could not help but ask Yu Bufeng when he saw his current state. His eyes were intentionally looking at Huangfu Yuyan. Li Lingtian's face was filled with curiosity, but he was more worried that anyone who was related to him would be enemies of the Dishi family and the Tuoba family. By then, even Huangfu Yuyan would not be able to leave. In the Divine Martial Continent, the Divine Continent is the strongest, the Green Continent is the weakest, and Penglai is the most mysterious. There's no need to talk about the Green Continent. Compared to the Azure Continent, the power of the entire Green Continent is not even comparable to a small city in the Azure Continent. However, the Azure Continent is only at the end of the tail and is stronger than the Green Continent. However, compared to the Divine Continent, the Azure Continent is just a small ant. In the powerful Divine Continent, there are countless martial supremes and martial emperors. There are even martial saints. However, the strongest ones are the 10 great martial saints. Among the 10 great martial saints, there is a heaven's favorite, Huangfu Yuyan of the Huangfu clan. Yu Bufeng's face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Huangfu Yuyan in the eye. He quietly told her the secret he knew. This wasn't the Divine Continent, but in front of a martial saint, he was extremely afraid. All of a sudden, the expressions of all the experts changed. When they looked at Huangfu Yuyan, they became respectful. Even if this young lady was not a martial saint, she was still related to the Huangfu clan. If he offended a family with a martial saint, wouldn't he be courting death? Li Lingtian was shocked as well. When he recalled everything, he realized that this fearless young lady was actually from the Huangfu clan of the Divine Continent. Among the 10 martial saints, the youngest is Huangfu Yuyan. She is the only girl among the martial saints and is also a famous peerless beauty in the Divine Continent. However, very few people have seen this powerful martial saint. Yu Bufeng spoke out calmly. By now, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl in front of him. Even if his guess was wrong, it was not far from it. This was because when he spoke, this young lady had a proud expression on her face. However, this proud expression was filled with disdain. Since she was a member of the Huangfu family, she would definitely worship and respect the martial saint of her family. However, this young lady's expression was obviously filled with disdain. The only explanation was that this person was the real person. Only in this way could one be proud, but there could also be disdain in their pride. When others praised them like this, super geniuses would usually ignore them because they knew that they could do better. Now that he had already said it, even if he offended this martial saint and was killed, he could only be slaughtered by others. 10 Great Martial Saints of the Divine Continent. A martial saint. The legendary martial saint has the ability to reach the heavens and earth. The Divine Continent is indeed powerful. The Azure Continent doesn't even have a martial monarch realm expert, but the Divine Continent has a powerful martial monarch realm expert. Could it be her? That's impossible. When she entered the array just now, did you see that the array had any effect on her? All of a sudden, the entire Dishi family was in a heated discussion. He didn't expect that this young man and the Dishi family had involved the martial saints. He wanted to curry favor with the powerful warriors of Dishi family, but now he had to consider the anger of the martial saints. Many experts had already regarded this young lady as the spokesperson of the Huangfu clan. Why are you here? Did I tell you not to come until I die?
Get lost.
This young master's matter has nothing to do with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan and was shocked. Could this young lady be the martial arts student from the Huangfu clan? However, that was impossible. How could a martial saint appear in the Azure Continent? Furthermore, this young lady didn't have any cultivation at all. Even if she was pretending, he would be able to tell. If he did not have the eye of the divine soul in the past, he definitely would not have been able to see through a martial artist's cultivation. However, now that he had the eye of the divine soul, he could see through some of the experts who were hiding their cultivation. Huangfu Yuyan was definitely not a martial saint. If she was not a martial saint, she would only die if she came to Dishi family. Unless Huangfu Yuyan was a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert, she could forget about doing whatever she wanted in the Azure Continent. His heart was filled with excitement and gratitude. He had placed Huangfu Yuyan hundreds of millions of miles away from Snowcloud City, but he hadn't expected to find her here. Moreover, Huangfu Yuyan had come to Dishi family, obviously to help him. Although he was excited and touched, this place was not a place to be touched because it was filled with experts. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side, no longer looking at Huangfu Yuyan. He was not a heartless person, and at this moment he actually had to say something like this. It was a little hard for him to say it. Now, he could only be a little more thick-skinned. Otherwise, both of them would die in this place. Do you think that by throwing this queen far away, this queen will not know your goal? When you entered Snowcloud City, this queen was already waiting for you there. After this matter, this queen will settle the score with you. You actually dared to put this queen aside. You really are courting death. Huangfu Yuyan did not feel the slightest bit of anger when she heard Li Lingtian telling her to scram. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth because she knew that Li Lingtian did not want to implicate her. However, even though she wasn't angry, all the other experts were stunned. She actually dared to tell the Huangfu clansmen to scram. She was really tired of living. However, when they saw Huangfu Yuyan's appearance, all the experts felt as if a fly had entered their throats. He couldn't adapt to such a scene at all. Sakura, heavenly sword, right? After Huangfu Yuyan finished speaking, she looked at the Sakura, heavenly sword in the air and said calmly. The expression on her face did not change at all. When he shouted out the Sakura, heavenly sword, he sounded like he was calling out to a servant. May I know how I should address you, fairy? Sakura Sky's sword was also stunned by Yu Bufeng's words. If this girl was from the martial saint family, the Dishi family could not afford to offend her. Even if the Dishi family became powerful, they couldn't produce a single martial saint in hundreds of years. Even if a martial saint appeared, he couldn't become one of the top 10 martial saints. Don't tell me Ben Gong still has to raise her head to talk to you. Huangfu Yuyan's voice was extremely sweet, but in the ears of these supreme experts, it was like a soul-stirring voice. Because this young girl's background was not simple, her words made people feel a sense of fear. As Huangfu Yuyan's voice fell, all the cultivators were stunned. If they were to face a martial saint, wouldn't they be courting death if they stood above a martial saint? Instantly, all the martial artists descended like dumplings, but they did not dare to leave or approach. Take this. Huang Fuyuyan did not answer the Sakura heavenly sword. She only stretched out her hand and took out a token. The token directly flew towards the Sakura heavenly sword. Dishi Tianjian's face showed a serious look. He carefully caught the token, then his face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Following that, his gaze swept across all the martial artists before finally landing on Yu Bufeng. Brother Yu, this little brother has poor eyesight. Please take a look. Sakura Heavenly Sword shouted loudly, and his tone was even pleading. Countless experts were puzzled when they saw this scene. A token was able to make the expression of the seventh-layered Sakura Heavenly Sword change so much. Just what was in this token? They were all incomparably curious. Yu Bufeng was also stunned. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the array. However, just as he arrived outside the array, he was bounced off by a destructive force. Yu Bufeng was a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert, but in front of this array, he was bounced off before he could even attack. One could imagine how powerful this array was. It seemed that even the attacks of a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert would not be able to affect this array at all. It was precisely because of this that this young lady had ignored this array formation. This caused all the experts to be shocked. Yu Bufeng was about to fly into a rage, but Dishi Tianjian had a guilty look on his face. Waving his hand, he activated the formation and let Yu Bufeng in. He also understood in his heart that the power of this array had not weakened at all. Even a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert could not enter, but this girl had come in. This girl's cultivation must be so profound that the array was ignored. The more he thought about it, the more worried he was. His Dishi family had been destroyed by Li Lingtian in front of countless powerhouses. However, if this young lady were to make a move, the Dishi family would have no choice but to give up. Not only would Dishi family lose face, but they would also become the laughingstock of the powerful warriors of the Azure continent. Tuobiu had fallen, and this had something to do with Dishi family. By then, the relationship between the two families might not be able to last. Yu Bufeng came in front of the Sakura Heavenly Sword and stretched out his hand to receive the token. His eyes sized it up carefully. Immediately, the expression on his face changed drastically. All the experts were even more curious. Li Lingtian remained silent at the side with a calm expression on his face. However, he was also shocked in his heart.
Who was Huang Fuyuyan exactly?
A single token could cause the expressions of 2 level 7 powerhouses to change. Huang Fuyuyan. Yu Bufeng's heart trembled continuously. His body trembled as he read out the 4 words on the token. The token was a transparent jade token, but on one side were the words Huangfu. On the other side were the words Yuyan. This token belonged to Huang Fuyuyan. Huang Fuyuyan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. In this world, no one dared to use the word Huangfu alone. Even the Huangfu clan did not have the qualifications to do so. There were no more than 4 people in the Huangfu clan who could use the word Huangfu. Huang Fuyuyan was one of them. Moreover, this young girl called herself Ben Gong, so her identity was definitely not simple. Now that she connected it to this token, the doubts in her heart instantly disappeared, but her heart trembled even more. Martial Saint Huang Fuyuyan. This voice immediately shook the hearts of all the experts. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Huang Fuyuyan with respect. Chapter 339. Martial Saint Huang Fuyuyan. Li Lingtian could not believe this. How could Huang Fuyuyan be one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent? This little girl is one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. If that's the case, I'm a martial god. A while ago, he had molested her and even turned her into a maid. Moreover, he had even thrown her out of the spaceship. What kind of fucking luck did he have to treat a martial saint like this? However, his expression did not change at all. He did not even look at Huang Fu.
Yuyan.
Who cares if you are a martial saint? A maid is a maid. At most, you will die.
What can you do to me?
Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Greetings, Fairy Huangfu. Greetings, Fairy Yuan. Immediately, the sound of worship rang out. Countless martial artists bowed respectfully. This was a martial saint. Super geniuses all reached a super high realm when they were 15 or 16 years old. Their age and appearance remained the same when they were 15 or 16 years old. This Huang Fuyuan looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, but she was a super martial saint. In front of a martial saint, a supreme realm expert was not even comparable to an ant. With a wave of his hand, a large number of supreme realm experts died. With a stomp of his foot, the world collapsed. Sakura, Heavenly Sword, was completely stunned. How did this young man have a relationship with the martial saint? Moreover, looking at this young man's appearance, he did not care about Huang Fuyuan at all. This world was really fucking messed up. The martial saint that everyone was afraid of was acting like a little girl in front of a martial emperor. Was this not fate playing a trick on him? Was he deliberately playing with him? For a moment, the square fell silent. There was no sound at all. It was terrifyingly quiet. In the secret underground room of Dishi family, the 5 super powerful warriors had their faces twisted as well. They had seen everything that was happening outside. Especially Tuoba Nan. He had seen his son being killed with his own eyes, but he couldn't take revenge. Under their feet was a magical array altar, the 8 trigrams array altar. It emitted a destructive aura, but this aura was concealed by a mysterious light. Brother Tuoba, what should we do this time? The 10 great martial saints of the divine continent are here. If we don't go out, it won't make sense. Besides, this matter involves the 10 great martial saints. If we let Li Lingtian go, where will the Dishi family put our face? Tuoba'yu's death will be in vain. Dishi Qingling showed a bitter smile. This time, no matter how much he had calculated, he had never expected a martial saint to appear. This was definitely an accident. In their calculations, even if the 3 major forces were to make a move, they would risk offending the 3 major forces to deal with Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian was the catalyst for this expedition, he would be able to dominate the Azure continent and perhaps even the divine martial continent once he obtained the treasure inside. However, now that a martial saint had appeared, even if he had obtained a treasure, he would not be a match for a martial saint. If he wanted to dominate, he had to ensure the existence of his family. But now, Dishi family was facing the wrath of a martial saint. Wasn't this pushing Dishi family to the edge of death? Don't worry, Brother Qingling. This matter won't stop us from advancing. And this might be our chance. Er's revenge shall be paid with their blood. If I don't kill Li Lingtian, Tuoba Nan swear I'm not a human. Tuoba Nan looked at a crystal in the stone room. Everything outside could be seen from the crystal. Tuoba Nan looked at Li Lingtian's figure in the crystal, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow the young man alive. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and his expression became distorted. Brother Tuoba, what do you mean? Brother Tuoba, are you crazy? Huang Fuyuan is one of the 10 great martial saints. Even if there are many of them, just the cultivation of a martial saint is not something that any expert in the Azure continent can fight against. Even if our Dishi family and your Tuoba family join hands, we won't be able to defeat him. Dishi Qingling was shocked. Hearing that Tuoba Nan was going to kill Huang Fuyuan as well, he was shocked to the extreme. Has this Tuoba Nan lost his mind because his son was killed? A martial saint was not someone that a martial honor could deal with. No matter how many martial honor experts there were, they would not be able to kill a martial saint with a single palm strike. His Dishi family had been destroyed. This hatred was no less than Tabayu's death. Even he himself was not in a daze, but this Tuoba, Nan was. Brother Qingling, don't worry. Look at Huangfu Yuyan's cultivation. She's only a martial king. Why is that? This is because Huangfu Yuyan is cultivating her state of mind. If she wants to break through to a higher realm and reach above the martial monarch realm, cultivating her heart is the most important. Huangfu Yuyan's appearance in the Azure continent this time is to temper her heart. Because there's no one she knows here, she can hide and temper her heart. When the time comes, she can smoothly charge towards a higher realm. We can use this opportunity to kill both of them. Who knows if the two outside families will kill Huangfu Yuyan? The Azure continent and the Divine continent are far apart. Only the invincible martial saint can cross the border. Other warriors can't cross it at all. So we don't have to worry about these things spreading to the Divine continent. Tuoba, Nan slowly explained, and the expressions of the 5 supreme experts instantly became calm. If that was the case, they could take a risk this time. He had to take a risk. If he didn't, this martial saint would wipe out the Dishi family. Instead of that, he might as well take a risk. After that, a few super experts began to discuss through voice transmissions. In a moment, their faces revealed crazy expressions. In the square, all the martial artists felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Sakura, Heavenly Sword. This prince wants to see how you handle this matter. If you want to eliminate the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and a Tier 7 pill saint, that's your business. Huangfu Yuyan's expression remained calm, but she was extremely anxious. She stared coldly at the Sakura sword and glanced at Li Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. However, Li Lingtian stood rooted to the ground like a block of wood. Fairy Yuyan, this matter. We can't just let this go. Is our Dishi family going to be destroyed just like this? The Sakura Heavenly Sword was stunned and did not know how to answer for a moment. If he let it go, he would lose the face of Dishi family, and if he continued like this, he would definitely offend this martial saint. Just as he was halfway through his words, a light voice interrupted him. All the experts looked in the direction of the voice. 5 super experts appeared in the air. 4 of them were at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, and 1 was at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Such a group was indeed powerful. However, considering Huangfu Yuyan's identity and cultivation base, they didn't think much of Dishi family's powerful warriors. No matter how many Supreme Realm experts there were, even 109th level Supreme Realm experts would not be a match for a martial saint. All the super powerful warriors were shocked. Had Dishi family and Tuoba family gone mad? If they didn't show respect to the martial saints, they would be pushed to the edge of destruction. Huangfu Yuyan's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. Li Lingtian noticed the change in Huangfu Yuyan's expression. He knew that something bad must have happened. Otherwise, there must be something or a secret that he was unaware of, since the few revered martial artists dared to come out and face the warrior sage powerhouses. Regardless of which, it would not benefit him at all. Dishi family, how arrogant. When Huangfu Yuyan saw the 5 experts appear, she paused for a moment and said indifferently. Her eyes looked at the few Supreme Realm experts. The state of mind of a martial saint was extremely powerful. Even if his current cultivation was not high, it was not something that a few Supreme Realm experts could suppress. Haha, the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent, Huangfu Yuyan. If it was in the past, not many people in the Divine Continent would dare to provoke you. But now, you can't do it anymore. Your cultivation has been sealed by yourself, and you're only a martial king now. You refuse to take the path to heaven and barge into hell. Tuoba, Nan said loudly. His eyes were fixed on Huangfu Yuyan. He was extremely nervous. If Huangfu Yuyan had not sealed her cultivation, or if her cultivation had already been unsealed, he would be courting death by doing this. As he spoke, he wanted to see the change in Huang Fuyuyan's expression. This way, he could confirm if Huang Fuyuyan had sealed her cultivation. Li Lingtian was also looking at Huang Fuyuyan seriously. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Huang Fuyuyan. He hoped that he could leave this place as Huang Fuyuyan. No matter how powerful his cultivation was, he would not even have the chance to make a move if the other party sent a few super Seventh Heaven Supreme Realm experts. However, when he saw Huang Fuyuyan, his heart sank. This little girl had encountered too little trouble. His state of mind was still not strong enough. He actually revealed a trace of change in his expression at this moment. Although it was fleeting, in front of so many super experts, it was seen through with a single glance. As expected, when he shook his head, Tuoba Nan spoke again. "I'm right? If Fairy leaves now, we will definitely go to the Divine Continent to thank you." Tuoba Nan was pleasantly surprised, and his killing intent grew even stronger. However, he did not show it on his face. This was a true old fox. "Humph, you're right. Even if I seal my cultivation, don't tell me that you martial honors want to fight in front of me." Huang Fuyuyan's expression turned cold. She knew that she had been tricked. The other party wasn't sure if her cultivation was sealed or not, but her expression had betrayed her. At the thought of this, he felt a tinge of regret. When he saw Li Lingtian shaking his head, he felt a little upset. He was a martial saint, a proud son of heaven, and not many people dared to provoke him in the Divine Continent. Yet, he was always frustrated in front of this young man. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a colorful caltrip appeared in his hand. The colorful caltrip emitted a faint fragrance. 7-colored sky silk. Tuoba Nan and Yu Bufeng cried out in shock. This was the trump card treasure of the famous 10 great martial saints, Huang Fuyuyan. Its power was shocking. Huang Fuyuyan had relied on the 7-colored sky silk to achieve her reputation as one of the 10 great martial saints. He did not expect Huang Fuyuyan to use the treasure she was famous for. This treasure was a peerless saint artifact. Chapter 340, Desolate 10 Consecutive Slashes 1. Li Lingtian understood everything when he saw the treasure in Huang Fuyuyan's hand. This Huang Fuyuyan was indeed a martial saint. It was just that her cultivation had been sealed, and she was hiding in the Azure Continent to train her mental state. It was just that she was involved in his matters. A martial saint's cultivation had been sealed by him. It was impossible for him to remove the seal before he broke through his state of mind. A martial saint without cultivation was not even comparable to an ordinary person. Now that he was facing so many experts, he was definitely finished. Li Lingtian was amused when he heard the Tuoba clan's powerhouse's words. If they were to thank Huang Fuyuyan when she left, would they let her leave? It was obviously impossible. "This has nothing to do with you.
You can leave now.
I can solve my own problems. Dishi family and Tuoba family are nothing but garbage in my eyes." Li Lingtian's body flashed as a grave expression appeared on his face. He tossed a pill into his mouth, and his depleted vital essence was instantly restored to its peak. This change made countless experts feel envious, and even more revealed greedy expressions. His Zhen Yuan recovered and circulated to the limit. Without any hesitation, a shocking sword intent soared into the sky again. The sword intent spread across the entire square of Dishi family. However, this sword intent was slightly different from the last one. The last time, the sword intent was incomparably sharp, but this time, it carried a supreme pressure and a sense of someone else's power. Li Lingtian's eyes turned grave as his aura surged. He did not wish to kill the powerhouses at the 7th heaven, especially when there were 5 or 6 of them at the same time. All he wanted was to buy some time for Huang Fuyuyan. The Heavenly Fault Sword was displayed. The Heavenly Fault Sword floated in the air and spun continuously. Myriad swords returned to the origin. A ball of light appeared in Li Lingtian's right hand. Within the ball of light were countless sharp swords. These sharp swords were so tiny that they could not be seen clearly. However, with a wave of his hand, a world of swords instantly formed within 100 meters of him. Over 10,000 sharp swords, each of which was in existence above profound armament, and there were also Emperor armament in the middle. 36 Emperor armament long swords were driving over 10,000 sharp swords. Such power and formation was enough to suppress all the martial artists. Myriad swords returned to the origin? It's the most tyrannical heaven-grade divine ability of the Tao of the Sword. He actually managed to cultivate the myriad returning swords. I didn't expect that he would actually cultivate the myriad returning swords that I had comprehended for 300 years. Instantly, all the powerful warriors were shocked. Dishi Tianjian's face was also filled with madness. He had been comprehending the myriad returning swords for 300 years, but this young man had actually performed it so easily. This kind of thing was not going to anger him to death. He had been comprehending for 300 years and had yet to comprehend it, while the other party was only 18 years old. To be able to cultivate this move at the age of 18, there was simply no comparison. The few super experts who had just come out also revealed a trace of seriousness on their faces. Such a sword array also posed a threat to them. If they were not careful, they would also be directly killed by this sword array.
Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Whoosh. Hiss. In the air, a series of explosions and swishing noises could be heard. Tens of thousands of sharp swords spun and struck towards the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family. The sword formation was so powerful that even 6 or 7 super powerful warriors had to defend themselves seriously. Rumble. Rumble. The powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family were all bombarded by the destructive sword formation. Although they were all Supreme Realm warriors, they could only resist the attack of tens of thousands of Xian weapons. More importantly, when these profound armaments were displayed through the sword formation, the power of each sharp sword was dozens of times stronger than when it was alone. With such power, even a martial honor did not dare to be careless. Get lost. With a flip of his hand, Li Lingtian sent a powerful Li Lingtian toward Huang Fuyuyan, sending her flying toward the array formation. Huang Fuyuyan did not expect Li Lingtian to make a move so suddenly. Without putting up any resistance, she disappeared from the array formation. She had a treasure that could ignore the array formation's existence. Otherwise, she would not have left the array formation. She now understood that Li Lingtian was not confident in defeating these powerhouses. He had unleashed his powerful destructive attack to give her a chance to escape. As expected, now that he had been slapped out of the array, as long as he used some methods, he would be able to quickly escape from this place. His chances of escaping would be much higher. Li Lingtian's heart trembled as he watched Li Lingtian continuously use his true essence to cast the myriad returning swords. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save a woman and give up his own life to fight for a chance for her. Such a person would be hard to come by in the divine martial continent. After interacting with him for a while, he had an inexplicable good impression of this young man. Otherwise, as a martial saint, he would not be bored with such a young man. Moreover, she was willing to be the maid of this young man. Even if she was thrown out, she only felt a burst of anger. She did not blame him at all. On the contrary, she felt even more happy. All of this did not allow him to leave. His body flashed, and he entered the array formation again. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 returning swords were offset by a few super experts. Countless traces of blood appeared on the bodies of the few super experts. However, these injuries did not affect the 7th level Supreme Realm experts at all. The 1,000 swords vanished from Li Lingtian's hand, and the heavenly fault sword returned to his glabella. Li Lingtian's face was deathly pale, as if he had just fallen seriously ill. "You're courting death." Seeing the wounds on his body, Dishi Qingling's face turned extremely ugly. Although it was not fatal, this move almost took their lives. Only they knew the true danger. In the myriad returning swords, it was almost a narrow escape. If not for their 7th-level Supreme Realm physical defense and treasures, they would have long become dead bodies. If there were only 1 or 2 level 7 Supreme Realm experts in such a sword array, they would definitely have died. This young man's cultivation was not deep. If this young man's cultivation reached the Supreme Realm, they would definitely die completely. With that said, a destructive ray of light was hurled at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest chance to retaliate as he was completely enveloped in the radiance. All the powerhouses turned around, afraid to watch Li Lingtian fall. After all, this young man's cultivation was too heaven-defying. It was a pity that he died. Tyrannical saber art, the desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Lingtian's face turned pale as he watched the destructive attack. He had no way to resist this attack, nor did he have the chance to do so.
It was already too late to resist. He could only fight to the death.
It was not a loss to drag someone down with him. He now understood that in front of a powerful martial artist, no matter how many treasures he had or how powerful his skills were, he would not have the chance to use them. This was the difference in realm. With a wave of the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, the move of the Tyrant Saber, art was executed. Suddenly, a desolate aura appeared between heaven and earth, but there was destruction in this aura. This power attracted the attention of all the powerful warriors. They looked at Dishi Qingling's attack, and in the light, a tiny light shadow flashed. The light shadow flashed 10 times, striking towards Dishi Qingling along with a desolate power. Crash! The first light shadow negated Dishi Qingling's attack, and the second light shadow destroyed all the light beams. The third light shadow landed on Dishi Qingling's body and broke his defense. The fourth light beam penetrated Dishi Qingling's body, and the fifth light beam cut his body in half. The last 5 light beams struck on Dishi Yunqiu and Sakura Sky Sword and destroyed them instantly.
Ah!
After Dishi Yunqiu and the Sakura Heavenly Sword fell, Dishi Qingling, who had been cut in half, let out a miserable scream. Such a speed could completely ignore the distance between them. Otherwise, Dishi Qingling wouldn't scream out in pain until he was cut in half and the 2 people behind him were killed. Heaven and Earth 5 Elemental Jade, suppress. The 3 super powerhouses were killed in one hit. However, at that moment, Tuoba Nan roared, and a beam of light emerged from the secret chamber of Dishi family, enveloping Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's movements were gradually restricted by the light. Open. Li Lingtian was disheartened at the sight of this. He had used up all his true essence, and it was impossible for him to cast the devouring light. He could only wait for death now. However, when he saw the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he used his divine sense and immediately put the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber away. When he was done, his entire body was suppressed by the light, and he could not move at all. All of this happened too quickly. The 2 experts did not even have time to react. In fact, the entire process from Li Lingtian's myriad returning swords to Dishi Qingling's attack to Li Lingtian's desolation, 10 consecutive strikes that killed the 3 supreme martial honors to Li Lingtian's imprisonment took less than 5 seconds. In this short period of time, earth-shattering changes had occurred. 2 level 7 revered martial artists and 1 level 4 revered martial artist had fallen. This time, 3 Dishi family super powerful warriors had fallen, and their power had been greatly reduced. However, Li Lingtian was also suppressed. There was an uproar. Putting aside Li Lingtian's suppression, The power of the 3 supreme martial honors being killed in one hit was enough to frighten all the powerhouses. Silence, silence. All the warriors saw that Li Lingtian was imprisoned, and the light in the secret chamber of Dishi family was shining on him. Knowing that it was all over, Li Lingtian, the super monster, was finally suppressed here. Haha, haha, look at how arrogant you are. 5 elements, martial spirit, hee. I've been looking for you for hundreds of years, and finally found you. I'm going to turn you into a puppet, haha. Tuoba Nan looked at the imprisoned Li Lingtian and burst out laughing maniacally. Once Li Lingtian was captured, he would be able to open the ancient battlefield ruins and avenge his son. All the warriors were shocked, not knowing what Tuoba Nan meant. They all looked at Tuoba Nan and the remaining Dishi family warriors curiously. Chapter 341, Drawing Martial Soul 1. Tuoba Nan didn't have any scruples. Even if tens of thousands of powerful warriors were in the Dishi family, he still laughed crazily. All the powerful warriors felt sad for Tuoba Nan because of the loss of his son. The few super powerful warriors of Dishi family were also furious. Not only had Dishi family been destroyed, but a few super powerful warriors had also been killed. Now Li Lingtian was finally imprisoned, but he could not be killed because if he was killed, the Dishi family and Tuoba family's plan would fail. It was not worth it to vent his anger by killing Li Ling. Now, he could only watch Li Lingtian with his eyes wide open. 5 elements, martial soul. Could it be the 5 elements, martial soul? That's impossible. In the divine martial continent, every martial artist can only have 1 martial soul. Even the super experts can only have 1 more martial soul. It's the 5 elements martial soul. If that's the case, there won't be any difference between the main and the secondary martial souls. It's the 5 elements complete martial soul. Is there really such a miraculous martial soul in this world? No wonder he became a martial emperor at the age of 19 and even became an alchemy saint. He's so heaven-defying. Although most of the martial artists did not understand what Tuoba Nan said, a few super powerhouses noticed that this Tuoba Nan would definitely not speak carelessly. Even if he was spouting nonsense, he wouldn't say that someone else had a 5 elements martial soul. Moreover, from Tuoba Nan's words, they had already set their eyes on Li Lingtian for the sake of this 5 elements martial soul. After the discussion among the few powerhouses, all the warriors were shocked as well. They stared at the imprisoned Li Lingtian in horror. In the distance, Huang Fuyan stared at Li Lingtian with a hissing sound. Now that Li Lingtian was imprisoned and his 5 elements power was being extracted, she could do nothing about it. Others might not be able to see it, but she could. With the eyes of a martial saint, she knew that the light behind this Dishi family was the light of the 5 elements. Furthermore, Tuoba Nan had a piece of heaven and earth 5 elements jade in his possession. It was this heaven and earth 5 elements jade that was used as a catalyst to imprison Li Lingtian. While the powerhouses were discussing in shock, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as his strength was being extracted. Moreover, this power was his 5 elements peak. He did not know what this light was, but it had the aura of the 5 elements. His 5 elements martial soul was being extracted in this way. Encountering such a situation, he could not help but be shocked. But so what? In the light of the 5 elements, he could not even move his fingers. It was impossible to resist. The pain of having his martial soul extracted was even more terrifying than the dragon chi tempering his body. Screams could be heard. He couldn't move his body, but he could still make sounds. He had never experienced such pain before. His face was twisted, his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Ha 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 ha. Li Lingtian, you destroyed my Yu'er. Today, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Aren't you a genius? I'll extract your martial soul today and make sure you won't be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. 11. Ha 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 ha. Tuoba Nan burst into laughter when he saw Li Lingtian's pained expression. The more Li Lingtian was in pain, the more excited he became. As long as they did not kill Li Lingtian and extracted the 5 elements martial soul, they could activate the array formation and enter the ancient battlefield ruins to search for treasures. You let him go. Huang Fuyan's heart was torn apart as she watched Li Lingtian being tortured. If she did not seal her cultivation base, would these people still dare to act so arrogantly in front of her? Li Lingtian would not have suffered such torture. It was all God's will. Although her tone was arrogant, there was a hint of pleading in it. For her to put down her dignity as a martial saint like this, it immediately shocked countless experts. Haha, he destroyed my Dishi family. Can't he bear this pain? I won't let him go. I will extract his martial soul and turn him into a puppet. You, too. The 10 great martial saints of the divine continent are so peerless. When the time comes, I will let you enjoy the happiness of the world.
Haha.
Dishi Yuntian laughed out loud as well. He felt great when he saw a martial saint begging him. He watched Li Lingtian being tortured and thought about how his Dishi family's powerful warriors were killed and destroyed. The anger in his heart intensified. After he finished speaking, his eyes kept sizing up Huang Fuyan. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Huang Fuyan. With a wave of his hand, an attack from a 7th-level Supreme Realm expert blasted out. Bang! Without the slightest resistance, his entire body was thrown out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A martial king would not even have the chance to resist an attack from a Supreme Realm expert. Huang Fuyan's true cultivation was exposed in one strike. As a martial saint, she had indeed sealed her cultivation to train her mental state. However, she did not expect to end up like this. For a moment, all the super powerhouses were stunned. Not only did the Dishi family and the Tuoba family want to kill Li Lingtian, but they also wanted to extract his 5 elements martial souls. Now, the 2 clans actually dared to make a move against Huang Fuyan. Could it be that both clans had gone mad? No matter how powerful Dishi family and Tuoba family were, they couldn't be a match for Huang Fu family. Everyone, Li Lingtian killed our Dishi family's powerful warriors and destroyed the Dishi family's foundation. This Huang Fuyan is also an imposter. Let's call it a day. That I've really made a fool of myself. Please return. Dishi Yuntian grabbed Huang Fuyan with a single hand and cast a series of seals on her. Now, even a true martial saint would not have a chance to escape. After doing everything, Dishi Yuntian said to all the powerful warriors in a loud voice, as if he wanted to drive them away. I would like to advise you. Li Lingtian is the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and the first alchemy saint in the Azure continent. Shouldn't your Dishi family help him since you've captured his sister? I destroyed your Dishi family because you were too barbaric. I don't want to talk about the Dishi family and Li Lingtian. However, I hope you will remember that Li Lingtian is the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild and the only divine alchemist in the Azure continent. He's also a friend of the Queen's Palace. Also, Fairy Yuyen is one of the top 10 martial saints of the divine continent. She didn't offend your Dishi family, but the Dishi family insulted a martial saint in front of me. Do you think the Azure continent is worth it? At this moment, what everyone did not expect was that Yu Buffling opened his mouth. There was a faint smile on his face. When he spoke, his eyes glanced at all the experts. The Dishi family only had 3 Supreme Realm warriors left, and it was indeed a heavy blow to the Dishi family to use such words to suppress them. Dishi family's powerful warriors were already worried, but now that they heard that, they became even more worried. If it were other powerhouses, they would not dare to speak at all, nor would they have the right to speak. However, the seventh heaven powerhouses of the Queen's palace had the right and strength to do so. That's right, Brother Yu is right. Indeed, I don't know Sir Ling Tian at all. However, Sir Ling Tian is the Azure Continent's saint alchemist.
Sigh.
The 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent didn't offend your Dishi family. Does Dishi family not care about all the powers in the world that I feel sad? Since when did Dishi family become so powerful? How dare they insult a martial saint that I hope you know your place? Do you think that just because the Azure Continent is so far away from the Divine Continent, news can't reach the Divine Continent? As soon as Yu Bufeng finished speaking, the other experts also followed suit. Although they did not know why the Queen's Palace was participating, with the Queen's Palace's strength participating, they all wanted to interfere. This martial honor or martial emperor was a fool. He must have some scheme up his sleeve since he had been scheming for Li Lingtian's 5 elements, martial souls. If there were no heaven-defying benefits, the Tuoba family and Dishi family would not risk offending a martial saint. While Yu Bufeng was talking, Dishi Yuntian was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Wasn't this world where the strong reigned supreme? Since he had imprisoned Li Lingtian, these warriors should have left. However, they were actually speaking up for Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan. The world had turned upside down. Haha, do you also want to interfere in the affairs between Dishi family and Tuoba family? Looking at Dishi Yuntian's face, Tuoba Nan thought that this was not good. If these powerful warriors continued to talk, Dishi Yuntian would definitely be shaken. By then, the plan of Tuoba family and Dishi family would be ruined. Dishi family was destroyed. Now we have imprisoned him. This is the rule of this world. The strong survive. As for her, do you really think she's a martial saint? A little girl casually said that she's a martial saint, and you believe her. If I say that I'm a martial god, do you really believe me? Dishi Yuntian's heart trembled, and his face changed dramatically. Luckily, Tuoba Nan had spoken. Otherwise, if his mind wavered and he fell for it, all his efforts would be for naught. In that case, I'll take my leave. After Yu Bufeng finished speaking, his body flashed and quickly came to the edge of the formation, looking at Dishi Yuntian. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the formation to tremble slightly. Yu Bufeng's body flashed as he left the formation and arrived beside the expert. Without any hesitation, he quickly flew into the sky. Farewell, farewell. Seeing Yu Bufeng leave, all the powerful warriors paused briefly, then flew away as well. Instantly, the Dishi family quieted down. Over 10,000 powerful warriors left, disappearing into the horizon. In the middle of the plaza, Li Lingtian's expression was contorted. He was completely devoid of strength. Li Lingtian was now a complete cripple. He had no martial soul and no cultivation. Everything had become a thing of the past. The light of the 5 elements slowly returned to the Dishi family. Li Lingtian was lying on the ground without any expression on his face. He had no cultivation base at all, and his martial soul was crippled. Huang Fuyuyan's heart ached as she looked at Li Lingtian. He did not care that his current situation was no better than Li Lingtian's. Let's go. Tuoba Nan watched as all the experts disappeared. His divine senses swept across the area, but he did not discover any other auras. Seeing the light of the 5 elements gradually disappear, his expression became solemn. He did not dare to stay here anymore, or else all his efforts would be in vain. Even if other martial artists returned, he would not care so much. With that, he reached out a hand and a force grabbed Li Lingtian, bringing him to the depths of Dishi family. Chapter 342, Heaven and Earth 5 Elemental Jade. 7. Seeing Tuoba Nan go in, Dishi Yuntian and the others quickly went in as well. They didn't want Tuoba Nan to take the lead. The Dishi family had already paid too much. If Tuoba and Nan took the lead now, they would be tricked. In the blink of an eye, the square above Dishi family was empty and messy. No one dared to think that this place was Dishi family. This place was completely ruined. The once powerful Dishi family was destroyed just like that. Right after the powerful warriors of Dishi family and Tuoba family went deep into the cave, the powerful warriors who had disappeared showed up again. Although not as many as before, there were still thousands of them. All the experts came to the front of the array. Yu Buffing stretched out his hand, and a magical compass appeared in his hand. After Yu Buffing took out the compass, he grabbed it with one hand, and an aura from the array returned to the compass. Immediately, the compass emitted a faint light. Brother Yu, do you think this formation can be broken quickly? There must be something good about Dishi family that we don't know about. We have to work together this time, lest Dishi family breaks us down one by one.
Why?
An old man at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm looked at the compass in Yu Bufeng's hand with anticipation on his face. Then he looked at the other experts and said seriously, Dishi family had 3 Seven Sky Warriors, and the other Supreme Realm Warriors were all very powerful. Together with the powerful warriors of Tuoba family, they had a lot of warriors. However, if they didn't unite, they would be defeated one by one. I understand that. I believe everyone understands that if we don't stand on the same side, we will be wiped out by Dishi family and Tuoba family. Yeah, if Dishi family gets any heaven-defying treasures, we won't have a place in the Azure continent anymore. Since he dared to take the risk of offending a martial saint, he must have some mysterious and heaven-defying treasure. It seems like they're trying to seize Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial souls to activate some kind of array or mechanism. It's a pity that Sir Ling Tian, the only alchemy saint in the Azure continent, has fallen just like that. It's still a good thing if he dies. If he doesn't die, it'll be a tragedy if he's tortured. All of a sudden, all the experts were waiting for the array to be activated. They also lowered their voices, afraid that the experts inside would hear them. In fact, in the secret room of Dishi family, he had already discovered what was happening outside. In the secret chamber, Li Lingtian was imprisoned on a mystical 8 trigrams array altar. The light on the array altar flickered continuously. Huang Fuyuyan was also sealed at the side. Her expression was extremely ugly as she watched Li Lingtian being crippled. No one could bear the blow of having a heaven's favorite's cultivation martial soul crippled. Li Lingtian's expression was numb as he stared at the figure in the crystal. Thousands of powerhouses were standing outside the array, while the compass in Yu Bufeng's hand was constantly flashing. When I open this array altar, I'll refine you into a puppet and make you wish you were dead. Tuoba Nan's anger exploded when he saw Li Lingtian's apathetic expression. However, this was the most critical moment to activate the array altar. The powerhouses outside could break in at any moment. At that time, if these experts saw all of this, he would not be able to make the decision. Brother Tuoba, how long will it take for this formation altar to be opened? The defensive formation of our Dishi family won't last much longer. Dishi Yintian looked at the trembling formation and felt extremely anxious. A worried look appeared on his face. Don't worry. When this heaven and earth 5 elemental jade fuses with his 5 elemental power, we can activate this array altar. When the time comes, I'll let this trash have a taste of life worse than death. Tuoba Nan was displeased when he saw the expressions on the faces of the few Dishi family powerful warriors. If it weren't for the treasures inside, he wouldn't have joined hands with the Dishi family. He kept thinking that if he went in there, he would definitely be suppressed by Dishi family's powerful warriors. By then, he had to find a way to get rid of these Dishi family powerful warriors. As he spoke, he cast spells one after another and struck the 5-colored jade floating above the array altar. The 5-colored jade stone emitted a faint glow. This jade stone was not simple because it was the most magical heaven and earth five elements jade in the world. It could fuse the five elements together and condense the martial soul of a five-element martial soul expert, allowing the martial soul to improve rapidly. However, they were now using this treasure to absorb Li Lingtian's five elements martial soul and activate the array altar with the five elements power of five elements perfection. Li Lingtian's heart was numb as countless fragments appeared in his mind. His five elements martial spirit was crippled, and his cultivation had disappeared. Moreover, he was now completely confined, so he had no chance of escaping. Looking at the light on the array altar, his gaze became unfocused. He then thought of something and looked at Huangfu Yuyan, feeling touched and guilty. CC. At this moment, the light on the array altar became even stronger. Moreover, the array altar began to tremble as a mysterious aura spread out. This aura carried an ancient aura. Waves of killing intent drifted out. Li Lingtian was shocked by this aura, but he could not do anything now. He could only wait to be tortured. Boom! With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body was sent flying. At the same time, the heaven and earth five-element jade's radiance grew brighter. At this moment, a suction force grabbed him, and his body entered a pitch-black hole. When he saw the last ray of light in his eyes, Huangfu Yuyan was also captured. Li Lingtian felt a soft touch. Although he could not see what was happening in the black hole or who the other party was without his cultivation base, he could tell that the other party was Huangfu Yuyan. This was because when the two of them were together a while ago, they had touched each other quite often. Now, he could clearly tell that this body belonged to Huangfu Yuyan, and he had touched her chest. In the black hole, the destructive tearing force continued to swirl. Li Lingtian felt as if he was being grabbed and transported inside. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew across his face as a gray light appeared. Li Lingtian saw everything before him. It was a dark world, but the spiritual energy in this world was extremely dense. There were flowers and plants everywhere, but there was no sunlight in this world. However, just as he was surprised by the spiritual energy in this place, a desolate killing intent soared into the sky. With a burst of explosion, a small mountain collapsed. This place was a world of destruction. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead. Tuoba glanced at Li Lingtian and then at Huangfu Yuyan. His eyes were sizing up Huangfu Yuyan before a lewd smile appeared on his face. Huangfu Yuyan naturally felt this gaze as well. This laughter was disgusting. However, now that both of them were sealed and Li Lingtian's martial soul was crippled, he could only be a fish in the sea. After Tuoba Nan finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. His body flashed, and he brought the two of them to fly into the distance. Li Lingtian could clearly hear the furious roars coming from behind. It was the voice of the Dishi family's powerful warriors. Perhaps they were angry that Tuoba Nan had taken him and Huangfu Yuyan away. Furthermore, they saw Tuoba Nan moving alone, leaving them to the side. In this place, the Tuoba family had the natural five-element jade, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. The Dishi family only occupied vast Heaven Mountain Range and this mysterious formation altar, but they had no idea what was under the formation altar. It was only when the Tuoba family arrived that they found out about the secret of this array altar. The two families had joined forces to obtain the treasures below the array altar. However, there were very few powerhouses with dual martial souls in this world, let alone martial artists with martial souls of five elements completion. The two families had searched the divine martial continent for hundreds of years, but they had not found any martial soul experts with five elements at perfection. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian's appearance to reveal the secret of Li Lingtian's five elements martial soul through the heaven and earth five elements jade. Now, The Tuoba family had acted alone and taken Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan away. This had infuriated the Dishi family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of flying through the air rang in his ears, and from time to time, a powerful killing intent exploded from the ground. Although this killing intent wasn't as strong as it was at the beginning, it still allowed people to be careless. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. This kind of killing intent was even more terrifying than the astral winds on Hidden Dragon Island. Aren't you tired? Li Lingtian had calmed down. Isn't it just a martial soul with 5 elements perfection? Even without the 5 elements martial spirits, he could still cultivate them because he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation skill. Moreover, it was impossible for the ice and fire martial spirits to be extracted. He was born with a flaming sacred body, and his ice soul martial spirit was also a variation of the immemorial ice crystal. Right now, he just wanted to find a chance to break away from Tuoba Nan. If he couldn't break away, he would be at the mercy of others even if he had a way. You're courting death. Tuoba Nan was enraged when he heard Li Lingtian's words. His son had been killed by this piece of trash. If he did not need this piece of trash, he would have killed him long ago. With that said, a destructive force slammed into Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, Li Lingtian's face contorted. The destructive force was running amok in his body. This kind of pain was not something a human could withstand. As time ticked by, Li Lingtian was extremely anxious. If Tang Qingyue did not come out, she might perish in the divine dragon ring forever. However, he had no other choice but to wait for an opportunity. The dark world was filled with destruction and terrifying energy. There was not a single quiet place. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw all this. He did not expect such a world to exist in the divine martial continent. After an unknown period of time, the world quieted down. Tuoba Nan also slowed down and began to search with his divine sense. Battlefield ruins. Did I finally found you? Tuoba Nan stopped, his face filled with wild joy. Li Lingtian also looked ahead and saw a huge ancient tower standing tall. He had no idea how tall it was. Even though it was not big in this world, it gave off a feeling of being huge. A huge oppressive force emanated from the tower. Chapter 343. Martial Honored Realm. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the ancient tower in the distance. He had never seen such a shocking ancient tower. From the outside, this ancient tower looked like an ordinary tower sculpture, but it gave people the feeling of looking up and worshipping it. Huang Fuyuyan was also stunned by this ancient tower. The 3 of them looked at the ancient tower without saying anything. Whoosh. Tuoba Nan was excited when he saw the ancient tower. With a flash, he pulled Li Lingtian and flew forward. It seemed very close, but it was very far away. It took them a full 20 minutes to arrive at the foot of the ancient tower. Only at the foot of the ancient tower did they realize how powerful this ancient tower was. There was no top to be seen at all. This ancient tower was like a huge building, hundreds of meters in size. It was a huge, ancient bronze door that was emitting a faint green light. 5 elements of heaven and earth, sacrifice. Tuoba Nan placed Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan aside as he scrutinized the bronze door. If he wanted to enter the ancient tower, he had to open the bronze door first. After a while, Tuoba Nan took out the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and cast spells. In the end, a seal was cast on Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, Li Lingtian's body was suspended in the air. His expression was extremely ugly as his life slowly drained away. As his life faded away, the light of the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade became more intense. Gradually, the copper door opened gently. Huang Fuyuyan watched as Li Lingtian's life was fading away. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Creak. With a soft sound, the copper door was completely opened. A shocking killing intent erupted from inside, as well as a mysterious and strange aura. After the aura was released, it was empty inside. Inside, it was a completely different world. It was like an independent space. However, Li Lingtian's life force had completely drained away, and he had already fused with the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade. The light in his eyes had also dissipated. However, at the last moment of his life, Li Lingtian turned to Huang Fuyuyan. He didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed everything. In the end, he revealed a confident smile and slowly closed his eyes. The life force in his body slowly dissipated, and a trace of the 5 elements aura drifted out. Come back here, get back here. Without my permission, your life and death cannot be in your hands. Huang Fuyuyan's heart trembled when she saw Li Lingtian's final look and smile. Tears could not help but fall from her eyes. His entire person revealed a crazed expression. This crazed expression made even Tuoba Nan feel a trace of fear. This martial saint did not have any cultivation base, but he still had his remaining might. However, when he saw Huang Fuyuyan's actions, Tuoba Nan's expression changed drastically. He became terrified. No, stop. With a loud roar, he circulated his true essence, and a destructive attack shot towards Huang Fuyuyan. This was because he saw Huang Fuyuyan's true qi reverse. She was going to use up her entire life's cultivation to destroy this place. Even if a martial saint sealed his cultivation, the destructive power of suicide would still be able to destroy the world. Only by killing Huang Fuyuyan could he stop her from committing suicide. Otherwise, not only him, but the ancient tower would also be destroyed. Reincarnation seal, open. The madness on Huang Fuyuyan's face grew more and more intense. Her snow-white fingers moved continuously as she performed a strange gesture. His entire body emitted a supreme holy majesty. This was the majesty of a martial saint and Huang Fuyuyan. She could not hold it in any longer when she saw Li Lingtian's life slipping away. What cultivation? What martial saint? Everything was in the past. If this young man died, what use would it be for him to have the cultivation of a martial saint or martial god? You are destined to fail when you use the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade. I will use the power of the martial saint seal to help him achieve the true perfection of the 5 elements. The entire divine martial continent will tremble because of him. It's too late. Do you think that I can't kill ants like you just because I've sealed my cultivation? I also cultivate the reincarnation art. Huang Fuyuyan's crazed expression reached its peak, and her imposing aura carried an irresistible might as she pressed a mysterious hand seal into the air. Suddenly, a destructive aura appeared between heaven and earth. This aura was like divine might as it bombarded Tuoba Nan's body fiercely. Tuoba Nan's attack also automatically dissipated in front of this aura. Huang Fuyuyan's mouth was stained with blood. The aura of a martial saint gradually spread out from her body, and her vitality became weak. Tuoba Nan was crushed into ashes and disappeared from the world. When he died, he still didn't know which part he had lost to. The heaven and earth 5 elemental jade gradually fell from the sky, and the bronze gate of the ancient tower gradually closed. At that moment, Huang Fuyuyan forcefully reversed the last trace of her martial saint's true origin. With a single hand, the heaven and earth 5 elements jade landed in her hand. Without any hesitation, she hurled the heaven and earth 5 elements jade at Li Lingtian. In a flash, he grabbed Li Lingtian and flew into the ancient tower. Just as the two of them disappeared from the ancient tower, the bronze door closed again. Damn it, Tuoba Nan, I will definitely destroy your Tuoba family. In the distance, a few super experts saw the bronze door close and instantly became furious. However, they were a moment too late. They watched helplessly as a figure entered the ancient tower. The bronze door closed and no one outside could enter anymore. Now they finally understood that even a supreme realm expert was close to the end of the world when faced with such a distance. The ancient tower was no longer a gloomy world, but a miracle, a paradise. A light pink figure landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood again. She was still holding a white-robed young man. There was no life force on the white-robed man's body, but at this moment, the man's body emitted a faint colorless light. The light was weak, but it gradually stabilized and became stronger. The young man in white was naturally Li Lingtian, who had lost his vitality. The girl in pink beside him was Huangfu Yuyan, one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. However, he no longer had the aura of a martial saint. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak. He had truly become a martial king. Li Lingtian's body glowed with a 5-colored radiance. A piece of jade slowly swirled within his body before it finally reached his dantian. The shattered 5-colored golden elixir in his dantian gradually fused together. The shattered 5-colored golden core gradually gathered together in front of the magical light of the jade stone, and then slowly fused. The fusion of the golden core and the jade was slowly digested. The jade was naturally the heaven and earth 5 elements jade. It contained all of Li Lingtian's 5 elements martial souls and his cultivation base. I hope you don't disappoint me. Huangfu Yuyan looked at the radiance on Li Lingtian's body and extended her hand. She chanted a chant that was difficult to understand. A ball of faint light appeared in his hand. This light emitted the majesty of a martial saint. Looking at the radiance in her hand, Huangfu Yuyan did not hesitate at all. With a single hand, she guided the light ball into the radiance on Li Lingtian's body. Immediately, Li Lingtian's body began to tremble and his entire dantian was in turmoil. The 5-colored golden core had just been formed when it was torn apart by a destructive light. However, after this destructive light, the heaven and earth 5 elements jade began to fuse with the golden core. The 5-colored golden core absorbed the power in the dantian, including the destructive light. After an unknown period of time, the 5-colored golden core was repaired again and became extremely powerful. It was unknown how much stronger it was than before. The 5-colored golden core emitted the aura of the 5 elements and a trace of the aura of a martial saint. His body, which was originally lifeless, gradually became warm and vitality gradually appeared. At that moment, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face had turned red as his body slowly levitated, allowing the 5-colored radiance to condense. The 5 elements of heaven and earth combine into one. 5 elements perfection. Break and then establish. After the 5-colored radiance had completely entered his body, Li Lingtian's body that was lying flat in the air stood in the air. His eyes shone brightly as he felt the changes in his body. His face revealed a trace of shock. Then, he circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation and circulated the true yuan that had returned to his body. With a final roar, a shocking aura was emitted. On the ground, Huangfu Yuyan saw Li Lingtian come back to life once again. Her face was covered in tears, but this time, they were tears of happiness because everything she had did not disappoint her. The martial arts of heaven and earth are the Tao, and I am the master of the martial arts. Martial honored realm, break. Li Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he waved his hands. A shocking aura was emitted, and his entire aura was elevated rapidly. He became even more graceful, and in this elegance, there was a supreme majesty. After circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation for 3 cycles, his realm slowly stabilized. He landed on the ground and looked at Huangfu Yuyan with a serious and cold gaze. "Why are you doing this to me?" Li Lingtian asked in an indifferent tone. "I did this willingly. I've reached the martial saint realm, but I've never felt the existence of emotions in this world. My mental state has been tempered. It has taught me that sometimes what I need isn't a shocking cultivation base or a position where tens of thousands of people worship me. I would rather be your servant than have all of these things. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian and his icy gaze. Instead of being surprised, she smiled faintly. Humph, when I recover, you'll be finished. Li Lingtian's icy expression softened. He could no longer describe what Huang Fuyuyan had done for him. All he knew was that he was going to disappoint a girl again in this lifetime. He reached out and pulled Huang Fuyuyan into his embrace. His body flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 344. Tang Qingyue Shock. The entire ancient tower had a magnificent aura. In this magnificent aura, it made people feel solemn and solemn. Li Lingtian carried Huang Fuyuyan horizontally as he quickly dashed away. Inside the ancient tower, it was a completely independent world. However, at the top of the ancient tower, there was a gray aura. There was no sunlight or stars. He didn't know how big the world inside the ancient tower was, but after flying for half an hour, he finally found a canyon. Li Lingtian put Huang Fuyuyan down in the canyon. However, Huang Fuyuyan clung to Li Lingtian's body and refused to come down. Li Lingtian had no choice but to find a place suitable for cultivation and sit down. He carried Huang Fuyuyan on his lap and looked at her. Are you really a martial saint? Li Lingtian asked curiously, even though he was certain that Huang Fuyuyan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the divine continent. However, he still could not believe this fact. A martial saint was not trash like a warrior spirit or a warrior king. He couldn't accept the fact that this pretty little girl beside him was actually a martial saint. Due to the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and Huang Fuyuyan's martial saint true origin, his cultivation had successfully reached the realm of martial honored. Although he was only at the first level of martial honored, this first level was tens of thousands of times stronger than a martial emperor. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. He now understood how lucky he was to kill a supreme realm expert. He also understood how powerful his skills and treasures were. He also clearly knew the true difference between a martial honor and a martial emperor. Originally, he was already dead, but Huang Fuyuyan reversed her Jinyuan and broke the reincarnation seal. She destroyed the cultivation realm of a martial saint and allowed the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade to enter his body. She used the power of the martial saint's Jinyuan to restore his life force and greatly improved his cultivation. He knew that without Huang Fuyuyan, he would have died long ago. Of course, let's see if you still dare to bully Ben Gong in the future. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian's expression and immediately felt like a spoiled child. You used to treat me like a maid and even threw me off the spaceship. Now let's see how I'll deal with you. So what if he's a martial saint? This young master likes the women of martial saints. You should obediently be my maid. Li Lingtian snorted as his blood vessels surged. He had many exceptional girls around him, but he had never tried out a warrior sage. The more he thought about it, the more evil he felt. A martial saint, a powerful martial saint, hee. After he finished speaking, he stroked Huang Fuyuyan's face. What kind of martial saint was this? She was still sitting in his arms. Yeah, right, have you stabilized your cultivation base? Don't act recklessly. Stabilize your cultivation base first. If you don't reach the martial god realm one day, I won't let you off. Your talent is passable, but you know too little. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken away your 5 elements martial spirit. But you're lucky. Be good and listen to me. With my guidance, your cultivation won't be as bad as it is now. Huang Fuyuyan blushed. She knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. No one would dislike a warrior sage girl. Moreover, This fellow had found out about her warrior sage status and had even come to tease her. However, she was not angry at all. If Li Lingtian were to restrain himself because he knew that she was a warrior sage, she would regret it. As he thought of the important matter, he quickly reminded Li Lingtian of the heaven and earth 5 elemental jade and the warrior sage's true essence. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation base had reached the supreme realm, he could not afford to be careless. If his cultivation base was not stable, all his previous efforts would go to waste. War God. Li Lingtian nearly fainted. Although his flaming sacred body and ice soul martial soul were also at the 5 elements perfection, and he was the reincarnation of the 9 Yang Saint Lord, Huang Fuyan was too much of an imagination. What kind of realm was the martial god? He was practically a godlike existence. Humph, don't think that I'm one of the top 10 martial saints of the divine continent. I'm only a martial saint on the heaven ranking. Although there aren't many martial saints in the divine continent, there are still quite a number of them. Furthermore, although I have never seen the martial god, I believe that the ancient clans of the Azure continent, as well as the 3 holy lands and the 10 great superforces, definitely have a martial god within them. Huang Fuyan said earnestly. She was worried that Li Lingtian would be careless and avoid encountering such a situation again. This was a crisis that he could resolve. If he encountered any danger in the divine continent, even a martial saint might not be able to resolve it. I know that one day, I will unify the entire divine martial continent and stand at the peak of the world, receiving the worship of the entire continent. Li Lingtian's face was filled with confidence as he exuded a faint aura. However, he now understood that he had been too careless. Although he tried his best to keep a low profile, his nature almost made him invincible. In the future, he definitely had to keep a low profile. This time, Huang Fuyan had completely destroyed her martial saint cultivation to help herself. If she were to encounter danger in the future, she couldn't possibly ask the martial god to help her, right? Therefore, in the future, he had to learn to think twice before acting and plan before deciding. Yuyan, stabilize your cultivation as a martial king first and slowly recover. With me around, I won't let anyone harm you unless you kill me first. Li Lingtian took a glance at Huang Fuyan. A martial saint had to temper his state of mind. As long as his state of mind was tempered, he would be able to strive for a higher realm. However, she had given up all her cultivation for him. This was something that a powerful martial artist could not do. The stronger the cultivation, the more they cherish their cultivation and life. Yes, this time, Huang Fuyan did not stay in Li Lingtian's arms. Instead, she left obediently because Li Lingtian had to cultivate. When she heard Li Lingtian address her by her name, her heart felt as though it had eaten honey. In the past, he was a martial saint and had received the worship of the world's proud sons of heaven. He had heard countless praises. However, in front of this young man, any form of address could make him feel happy. After Li Lingtian saw Huang Fuyan leave, he released his divine consciousness and activated the divine dragon ring. Immediately, he sent his divine sense into the divine dragon ring and saw that Tang Qingyue was still inside. Tang Qingyue was lying on the grass, her expression calm. She did not know how Li Lingtian was doing or where she was. She had been here for a day, but Li Lingtian had yet to show up. She felt uneasy because when Li Lingtian took her away, he was severely injured. Besides, there were countless powerful warriors from the Dishi family and Tuoba family. Something must have happened to Li Lingtian since he had yet to show up. Thinking of this, tears kept falling. It was all because of his incompetence. If he was stronger, such a thing would not have happened. She lay on the ground in a daze, unable to move at all. Only she could experience this kind of torture. After an unknown period of time, a thought was transmitted over. This thought was a consciousness. When the consciousness entered her sea of consciousness, she immediately became excited. Immediately, a powerful force pulled her out. When she reappeared, she was already in a canyon, and Li Lingtian's figure was right in front of her. She could not stand steadily and was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Li Lingtian's figure flashed, and he held her in his arms before gently placing her on the ground. "How are you? Where is this place?" The first thing Tang Qingyue wanted to do when she came out was to find out about Li Lingtian's injuries and where this place was. "Sister Qingyue, we are in the ancient tower of the ancient battlefield. We have left Dishi family for the time being. My wounds have healed. Wait a moment, I'll make some pills for you." When Li Lingtian saw Tang Qingyue's expression, he felt relieved. One of his wishes had finally been fulfilled. Although he had been through a life-and-death situation, Tang Qingyue was still in his hands. Following that, Li Lingtian introduced Huang Fuyuyan to Tang Qingyue. As he spoke, he checked on Tang Qingyue's condition and quickly refined the pills. Although Tang Qingyue's condition was special, it was not difficult for him. "What is it?" Sister Yuyan is a martial saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Tang Qingyue was shocked when she heard Li Lingtian mention Huang Fuyuyan. She could not cultivate in the God-sealing pagoda, and her cultivation was declining. She was only a Tier 4 warrior king now. As a martial king, what was the concept of a martial saint? Moreover, this martial saint was only a young girl. Sister Qingyue, I'm no longer a martial saint. My martial saint cultivation is now in his hands," Huang Fuyuyan said with a smile. To her, there was no meaning to becoming a martial saint. Her time in the past was simply wasted. As she spoke, she pointed at Li Lingtian, who was busy refining pills. Alchemy required a quiet environment as well as a rich spiritual qi. Although the place was filled with a lot of slaughtered qi, Li Lingtian could easily cast a formation to filter the spiritual qi. He was refining pills at the side and naturally did not know what the two girls were talking about. "Sister Yuyan, what is the meaning of this? Why is your martial saint cultivation on him?" Tang Qingyue could not understand a single word. A martial saint's strength was not something a martial king could look up to. However, she was extremely curious when Huang Fuyuyan said that Li Lingtian had the cultivation base. Besides, she also wanted to know what happened after she entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Dishi family and Tuoba family had countless powerful warriors. Something must have happened during that time. After he saved you, he was attacked by the powerful warriors of the Tuoba family and Dishi family. Even I couldn't stop the war when I arrived. I've sealed my cultivation, so I'm only a martial king. Tuoba Nan saw through me. In order to let me leave, he used the myriad returning swords to block the attacks of 5 level 7 experts. A level 7 expert was only injured, which angered him. In the end, he used a tyrant's blade technique called Desolation 10 consecutive strikes, which killed 2 level 7 experts and 1 level 4 expert. However, he was also imprisoned, and his 5 elements martial soul was extracted. Huang Fuyuyan slowly recounted the entire situation in detail. Tang Qingyue was so frightened that she started sobbing. This time, Li Lingtian had almost died forever. Fortunately, Huang Fuyuyan had used her martial saint cultivation to help him. Even though Li Lingtian was refining pills by the side, she was feeling extremely upset. Chapter 345, Songtian Mountain. Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian busying himself. The young man's elegant figure made her fall into deep thought. If it were not for her, Li Lingtian would not have come to the Dishi family, nor would he have been destroyed. Fortunately, he had survived the ordeal. If he did not come back to life after his death, what would happen to his sister? After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian arrived before her and interrupted her thoughts. Sister Qingyue, this is a pill I refined. After you consume it, you should be able to recover. Li Lingtian walked up to Tang Qingyue and poured out the pill he had just refined. He then fed one to Tang Qingyue's mouth. Tang Qingyue was stunned by his action, and her face turned red. Even though she used to mess around with Li Lingtian, she was still very disciplined. Now that Li Lingtian was feeding the pill to his mouth, only a very close person would do such a thing. In the god's ceiling pagoda, he kept asking himself if he was doing this for his sister. In the end, the answer she got was impossible, because there was already a shadow in her mind that she could not get rid of. She was 2 years older than Tang Ziming and 2 years older than Li Lingtian. She was only 20 years old and still a girl. Everything this young man had done for him was beyond his imagination. In the divine martial continent, such a person could no longer be seen. To be able to give up his life and go against a super clan to save him was no longer something that could be compared to sweet words. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Tang Qingyue's expression. You can't move yet, Li Lingtian reminded her as he looked at Tang Qingyue with a carefree smile on his face. Tang Qingyue opened her red lips and swallowed the pill. In fact, Li Lingtian understood that Tang Qingyue's problem would disappear completely in 7 days, even without the use of the elixir. Otherwise, she would not have spoken. However, they could not wait for 7 days. After all, this place was not safe yet. They did not know what dangers lay within the ancient battlefield ruins. He had to let Tang Qingyue recover. If they encountered any danger, the 3 of them would be able to deal with it together. After giving Tang Qingyue the pill, Li Lingtian sat on the ground to meditate and rest. There were no demonic beasts or wild beasts in the canyon. Li Lingtian was relieved. After that, Tang Qingyue was able to move again. The Jinqi in her body was recovering bit by bit. Huang Fuyan was also cultivating. Li Lingtian began to meditate and cultivate. As he had just broken through to the martial-honored realm, he needed to stabilize his realm. If his realm dropped, Huang Fuyan would not let him off easily. After a day, Li Lingtian's realm stabilized. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and saw the 2 girls staring at him. He was puzzled for a while before he reached out to touch his face. There was nothing wrong with his face. Are you guys looking at me like this? Is there something wrong? Li Lingtian asked tentatively. We're thinking about how to leave this place. Huang Fuyan looked at Li Lingtian. Girls, no matter how powerful they were still girls. With someone by their side, they would not use their brains or bother to think of a solution. Furthermore, Huang Fuyan and Tang Qingyue were both martial kings. In a place like this, Li Lingtian was the strongest. Naturally, Tang Qingyue did not witness Li Lingtian's strength. However, Huang Fuyan knew that with Li Lingtian's current strength, he could even put up a fight against a 7th Heaven Supreme Realm powerhouse. Especially that myriad swords returned to the origin and desolate 10 successive slashes. The power was extremely terrifying. The ice, fire, 9th heaven was also an unrivaled existence. Furthermore, Li Lingtian still had a few powerful heaven-tier mystical powers that he had yet to unleash. It's fine. Let's go and look for it first. There should be a way out. There should be an exit at the place where we came in. Li Lingtian was not worried at all. As an array master, he was naturally familiar with arrays. Besides, Tuobanan and the Dishi family had been trying to get into this place, even if they had to offend a martial saint powerhouse. There must be some powerful treasures or cultivation techniques in this place. He did not need martial arts anymore, but he still desired skills. The power of the ice, fire, 9 heavens, the power of the 3rd heaven, was definitely equivalent to an intermediate or advanced heaven skill. Myriad returning swords was a heaven rank existence. He had many heaven rank skills, especially the tyrant blade art. It had a total of 3 moves. The first move, desolate 10 consecutive slashes, was already so powerful that it completely exceeded the power of ordinary heaven rank skills. Moreover, the moves after that were of a different realm. In other words, the last two moves might be saint tier skills, or even divine tier skills. Heaven rank skills also had strong and weak existences. Moreover, heaven rank divine powers also had taboos. The power of heaven rank taboos was many times stronger than heaven rank divine powers. However, the taboo of the heaven rank had never appeared in the divine martial continent. They had only heard of it in legends. You should feel honored. Tang Qingyu looked at Li Lingtian with a smile on her face. It was a happy smile. It was the first time she had smiled in more than 2 years. In fact, in her life, she rarely smiled for more than 10 years. The happiest moment of his life was when he was with Li Lingtian and his sister after he became the top genius on the prodigy roll during the Sky Dragon Empire tournament in Green Island. But later, he was captured by Dishi family and sent into the God's Ceiling Tower, losing his freedom. He spent the past 2 years in anxiety. He never thought that he would be free again one day, and that the one who saved him was the young man who made him the happiest. It was just that this youth had already become a young man after not seeing him for 2 years. A carefree and elegant young man, a shocking monstrous genius. Sister Qingyue, what do you mean? Li Lingtian was baffled. He did not know what Tang Qingyue's sudden remark meant. Isn't it your honor to be accompanied by 2 beauties? Be careful. When we go back, I'll see how you explain this to Meng Meng. Can you tell her how you came to the Azure Continent? Tang Qingyue's face reddened. She had actually said such words herself. However, she could not control herself in front of Li Lingtian. When she thought of Li Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Continent, she was curious as to how Li Lingtian came to the Azure Continent. Huang Fuyian was curious as well. She had never known Li Lingtian's true identity. Even when Li Lingtian came to Vast Heaven City, he only heard that Li Lingtian had a grudge with the Dishi family. Oh, it's naturally an honor. One is one of the top 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent, and the other is a peerless beauty. Of course, I feel honored. As for coming to the Azure Continent, it was my bad luck. After you were captured, many things happened. Li Lingtian slowly recounted what happened after Tang Qingyue was captured, including how astounding Thunder City killed a martial emperor, how they built the Heavenly Cloud battleship to sweep across the Azure Continent, and how they were struck by the God's Wrath's light and came to the Azure Continent. He told them everything. The 2 ladies were shocked to hear that. They did not expect Li Lingtian to have such a twist. Then, he understood that it must not have been easy for a young man of 18 or 19 years old to reach the martial royal realm. It turned out that he had experienced countless life and death situations to reach this level. Oh right, you just said that I'm one of the 10 great martial saints. Could it be that I'm not a beauty? After hearing Li Lingtian's story, the 2 ladies were shocked and felt endless admiration for this young man. This young man was definitely not a spoilt child. He was a super genius who had experienced countless life and death situations. Moreover, he had walked on the edge of life and death. Huang Fuyian suddenly thought of something. She looked at Li Lingtian and asked seriously. Girls liked to be serious, especially in front of the man they liked. Of course, Yu Yan is a beauty, a peerless beauty. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. Why is this little girl like this? Was she still a martial saint? Were all the girls from the martial saint realm this serious? However, to be honest, Huang Fuyian was truly a peerless beauty. Her breasts were tall and perky, and her pink dress accentuated her petite and delicate body to perfection. That's more like it. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Huang Fuyian's face lit up with joy. Tang Qingyue, who was standing by the side, also smiled. She did not treat Huang Fuyian as a martial saint at all, but as a good sister. Let's go and find out what's so good about this place that Dishi family and Tuoba family care so much about it. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked forward but stopped after a few steps because there was no movement behind him. He turned around and saw the two girls sitting on the ground with no intention of getting up. Before he could say anything, Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan reached out their hands at the same time. That's more like it. Li Lingtian could only shake his head. He then reached out to pull the two girls up. After Tang Qingyue got up, she snorted softly and pouted at Li Lingtian proudly. Li Lingtian's face darkened immediately. Then, the three of them quickly ran into the distance. Little White was with GE, and the silver-winged flying dragon was already injured. Little Mouth could only look at the multicolored beast. Li Lingtian summoned the multicolored beast, and the three of them rode on the beast and sped forward. Along the way, the three of them looked at the red flowers and green willows everywhere, but there was no sunlight or stars in this place. 10 days passed in a flash, but the three of them still didn't find any treasures. Let alone treasures, they didn't even see a warrior's weapon. On this day, Li Lingtian arrived before a huge mountain range in 3 days. The mountain range was at least 10,000 meters tall, and the huge mountain peak exuded a majestic aura. This was also the first mountain they had seen during this period of time. In the past few days, they had only seen small hills. Songtian Mountain. A tall stone tablet stood at the foot of the mountain peak. The stone tablet was at least 100 meters tall. It was unknown what material the entire stone tablet was made of, but it emitted a domineering aura from top to bottom. Moreover, this stone tablet also gave people an illusion. When they looked at the stone tablet, the entire world was spinning. Chapter 346, Ancient Battlefield 1. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian and the other two stopped. Be careful. Let me take a look. Li Lingtian instructed Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue before he walked toward the stone tablet. He looked so focused and serious, which made Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue feel a wave of sweetness. It felt good to have someone to protect him, and he didn't have to do things himself. Although they would go with him if there was danger, the nature was different because they felt that they were being protected. Following that, Li Lingtian slowly extended his divine consciousness and placed it on the stone tablet. Immediately, the stone tablet emitted a suction force, and he was pulled in. When Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Without any hesitation, their delicate bodies flashed, and they flew in the direction of the stone tablet. When he arrived in front of the stone tablet, he was also sucked in by the power inside the stone tablet. Behind the stone tablet was another world. This world was the mountain that he had just seen outside. But now, this mountain was bigger than he had imagined. The powerful mountain peak was filled with spiritual energy. However, this place was not as perfect as he had imagined because he would encounter a skeleton from time to time. Moreover, these skeletons were holding powerful weapons in their hands. There were profound-level weapons, imperial weapons, and heaven weapons. Li Lingtian waited on the spot after he was sucked in. He knew that Tang Qingyue and her companion would follow him in. As soon as he steadied himself, Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan appeared. Their delicate bodies crashed into him. Li Lingtian wrapped his arms around them, and a ray of true essence radiance wrapped them in his arms. He then put the two of them down. Although Huang Fuyuyan was like Li Lingtian, she was still shy with Tang Qingyue around. Her face was flushed red. Tang Qingyue felt even worse. Her heart was racing, and her face was flushed red. She did not expect herself to be in Li Lingtian's arms. Fortunately, Li Lingtian's eyes were scanning the surroundings, which prevented her from feeling even worse. Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue shuddered at the sight of the skeletons. Even though they were both warriors, Li Lingtian's presence inadvertently revealed their girlish nature. Lingtian, what is this place? Tang Qingyue asked softly when she saw the skeletons. She subconsciously leaned toward Li Lingtian. She had never addressed Li Lingtian as her brother-in-law before and did not know how to address him. After thinking about it for a long time, he could only call her understand. Although it felt a little intimate, it was much better than not calling her at all. This place should be the true ancient battlefield ruins. What we don't know is that the weapons in the hands of these ancient warriors should belong to two super forces or countless large forces fighting for territory or treasures. Even though they are all Xian artifacts and Emperor artifacts, these weapons are considered very impressive in the divine martial continent. But it seems that the mountain is the real dangerous place. You have to be careful. Li Lingtian began to analyze the skeletons and weapons in this place. This way, it would not be difficult for him to obtain the strength of the ancient times. After saying that, he held their hands and ran up. In this place, he did not dare to fly at all in case he encountered any powerful threats. Shup! In half an hour, the three of them had only flown 10 miles. From the outside, the mountain peak looked only 10,000 meters high, but after entering the mountain peak, they realized that the height was less than 1/10 of the mountain peak. Furthermore, there was another problem. The higher he went, the stronger the oppressive force. Even with Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could feel the strong oppressive force, and it posed a great difficulty for him to move forward. The three of them stopped and put away some mystic and imperial weapons. However, they did not touch them with their hands. They only used their true qi to put these storage bags and weapons into individual storage bags. Along the way, there were only profound-level weapons and imperial-level weapons. Furthermore, the higher they went, the fewer skeletons they encountered, but the stronger the weapons they obtained. Looking at the pieces of profound armaments and emperor armaments entering the storage pouch one by one, the two girls were extremely excited. After resting for a while, Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan continued to fly upwards. Finally, they reached a height of 100 miles above the ground. However, during this distance, they had obtained several imperial artifacts and even a few heaven artifacts. Yuyan's sister Qingyue, why don't you two enter the Divine Dragon Ring? I'll go up alone. You can come out after I go up. Li Lingtian's chest heaved up and down as he looked at the two women's angry expressions. It was a fatal temptation. He said to Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue, there was no life in this place, but it gave people the feeling that they were being watched. If there was any danger, he could deal with it alone, but Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan could not. All right, you have to be careful. Remember, we're waiting for you. Huang Fuyuyan nodded. She knew that this was not the time for romance. Both of them were only martial kings, and this would only burden Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he should not be in any danger as long as he did not run into any of those supreme powerhouses in the 8th or 9th heaven. If Li Lingtian was in danger, the two of them would not be able to do anything. The Divine Dragon Ring was activated, and an invisible suction force swallowed the two of them. When they reappeared, they had already entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Once he was done, Li Lingtian sprinted forward. However, this time, he did not dash up directly. Instead, he began to search for treasures slowly. This way, although the speed of going up was slower, the number of treasures obtained increased. Li Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the emperor weapons and even the heaven weapons. A powerhouse who could use an emperor weapon or a heaven weapon, no matter how trashy he was, had some ability. However, these experts had all died here. The battle must have been extremely intense. Ancient battlefield? Li Lingtian muttered to himself as if he had thought of something. He cast a few small formations on the spot and began searching the Divine Dragon Ring. In the end, she found Tuoba Nan's storage pouch. Huang Fuyuyan had grabbed this storage pouch when she entered the ancient tower. She knew that Tuoba Nan might have some information about the inside. Although he had fallen, she could not waste the storage pouch. The storage pouch was given to Li Lingtian as well. Li Lingtian had not touched it all this while. Now that he thought of the ancient battlefield, he was reminded of Tuoba Nan. There should be information regarding the ancient battlefield ruins in Tuoba Nan's storage bag. Soon, a storage bag was taken out, and his divine sense moved around in the storage bag. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and he quickly inspected it with his divine consciousness. In a moment, Li Lingtian's face revealed a hint of joy, but was even more shocked. Ancient battlefield ruins. So it's really the Azure Continent's ancient superclans fighting over this Tsong Mountain. It's said that there are powerful treasures on Tsong Mountain. Not only are the experts from the Azure Continent participating in this competition, but there are also experts from the other continents of the Divine Martial Continent. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. The fight for the treasure at Songtian Mountain was similar to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. It was not only the powerhouses from Green Continent, but also the proud sons of heaven from other continents who had sneaked in. After reading the jade slip, Li Lingtian was puzzled as well. He only knew that there were treasures in the Tsong Heaven Mountain, and all the powerhouses were competing for it. However, he did not know how all the powerhouses died here. He put away the jade slip and carefully ran up. He also extended his divine sense. As long as there was any movement, he would escape from this place or use a destructive attack. Shup. 200 meters underground, Li Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. He sat down on the ground because the pressure in this place had reached the range that he could withstand. Moreover, this place was not the peak. It could only be considered the top of the mountain. However, there was still a lot of energy left. He had already exhausted his physical strength. He was shocked by what he saw. It was a magnificent square filled with skeletons. There were countless skeletons, weapons, emperor weapons, and even a few saint weapons. He scanned the square with his divine sense. There was no sign of life in this square. Moreover, the square was not on the top of the mountain. He did not know what the purpose of building a square here was. How could there be experts living in such a place? Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qing'er appeared in front of Li Lingtian after he activated the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian then began to rest to recover his strength. Tang Qing'er and Huangfu Yuyan were shocked when they saw what was happening in the square. However, they did not dare to move at all. They stood guard by Li Lingtian's side and waited for him to recover his strength. 3 hours later, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again and nodded at the two ladies before he walked toward the plaza. When they arrived at the square, there was no longer a trace of oppression. It was as relaxed as if they had arrived at their own backyard. However, facing thousands of skeletons, how could the three of them relax at all? These skeletons were all martial emperors and martial supremacies. The weapons in their hands were also emperor weapons and heaven weapons. There were also a few who controlled saint weapons. Li Lingtian then extended his hand and tried to put away a weapon. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he began to collect the storage pouches and weapons. The square with a radius of 10 miles was searched. All the weapons in the hands of the skeletons were put into their storage bags. After searching the entire plaza, he did not find any treasure. However, Li Lingtian's eyes fell on the statue in the center of the plaza. The statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and he looked extremely carefree. Even though it was a statue, it still gave off a powerful aura. Li Lingtian was surprised that the statue was not damaged in the battle between the powerhouses. Moreover, the statue exuded a strange aura, which made Li Lingtian feel a sense of closeness. Chapter 347 Venerable Vast Heaven 1. Li Lingtian found this feeling ridiculous. This place was the ancient battlefield. How could he feel close to it? However, the feeling was still present. Slowly, Li Lingtian walked toward the statue. One no. That's the statue of an ancient mighty figure, venerable vast heaven. Just like you, it's a martial soul at the peak of the five elements. At this moment, Huang Fuyuyan seemed to have thought of something and spoke loudly. Worried that something might have happened to Li Lingtian, she quickly walked to his side. As she looked at the statue, she felt a sense of respect. Paragon vast heaven, 0.5 elements paragon. Li Lingtian was shocked. It turned out that this feeling was the reaction of the five elements martial souls. It was no wonder that he felt a sense of closeness. It turned out that they were all martial souls with five elements perfection. When he heard about venerable vast heaven, his face was filled with shock. The mighty figures who could be called venerables were all godlike existences. They were far from being comparable to the martial god of the divine martial continent. He had never thought that a statue of a paragon would appear in the ancient battlefield. One could imagine how powerful Paragon Vast Heaven was. That's right, Vast Heaven Knight. Legend has it that he was a super mighty figure from the ancient times. He's also a legend in the divine martial continent. That I just don't know where such an expert went. Huang Fuyuyan said indifferently. She was the martial saint of the Huangfu clan of the divine continent, so she naturally had a wide range of knowledge. These super families all had some stories or books of ancient mighty figures. The things they knew were not things that he could compare to. It seems like the treasure these experts are fighting over is related to Paragon Vast Heaven, but also, Vast Heaven Great City is also named after a paragon. Could it be that this Paragon Vast Heaven is from Vast Heaven Great City? Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. That was impossible as Vast Heaven Venerable was an ancient mighty figure. Vast Heaven City was definitely not something that was left behind from ancient times. Li Lingtian, use your five elements force to sense if there's any mechanism in this venerable statue. Huang Fuyuyan looked at the statue seriously. As a warrior king, she was certainly incapable of doing anything else but Li Lingtian could. She then shouted at Li Lingtian, but what happened next left Huang Fuyuyan speechless. Wait, you're wrong. You're my maid, so you have to call me young master, or master. Li Lingtian turned around and looked at Huang Fuyuyan. His gaze swept across Huang Fuyuyan's proud chest with a serious expression. However, his words left the two ladies in a daze. By the time Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue realized what was going on, they were glaring at Li Lingtian. Young master? Master, are you having a fever? Huang Fuyuyan was speechless. She then reached out and placed her hand on Li Lingtian's forehead, pretending to check if he had a fever. You seem to have forgotten our previous agreement. Li Lingtian replied calmly, with a sly smile on his face. Young master. Tang Qingyue was smiling at Li Lingtian as well. She did not expect him to be in the mood to joke about a martial saint at this time. However, she did not expect Huang Fuyuyan to actually call him young master. It was beyond her expectations that a martial saint would address Li Lingtian as young master, even though he had lost his cultivation base. Yes, not bad. This should be the way in the future. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he circulated the power of five elements. He then carefully placed the power of five elements on it. Huang Fuyuyan did not even look at Li Lingtian. She blushed when she shouted out loud, but she knew that Li Lingtian was joking. However, it was not a big deal to address him as young master. In the past, she cultivated every day. Compared to her current life, there was no comparison at all. If she were to choose the cultivation of a martial saint or martial god now, she would rather be Li Lingtian's maid. At this moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from the space. Boom! The pressure pressed down on them. Li Lingtian's five elements power had already enveloped the statue, and it was emitting a shocking amount of five elements power. Moreover, a five-colored hole appeared on the statue. The hole had a powerful suction force. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan were both extremely curious when they saw the five-colored hole. They were right. There really was a mechanism in this statue. Moreover, it required the power of the 5 elements to activate this mechanism. This proved that there was a powerful treasure behind this passageway, and it was also a treasure that all the experts fought for. "Let's go," Li Lingtian shouted at Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan. He was about to fly into the cave when several powerful auras were directed at the 5-colored hole. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he discovered these powerful and heaven-defying auras. How could there be other powerful beings in this place? He had not even found a trace of them. How powerful were they? His body, which was about to fly up, forcefully stabilized itself. He looked at the sky above the hole in shock. In an instant, the hole closed up. What a powerful aura! It has already surpassed the Supreme Realm, but it has not reached the Martial Emperor realm. How strange! Huang Fuyan's expression changed as she stared at the empty space. The aura is the aura of a Martial Supreme, but it's at the Martial Supreme realm. However, its strength has surpassed that of a Martial Supreme. It should be a sealed expert or a demonic beast. Li Lingtian said calmly. He was still in a state of shock. If he were to go up there, he would definitely be killed. But now he did not know where to go. The passage he had opened had actually become a wedding dress for others. He was really unwilling. So what if he was unwilling? The experts above were not people he could provoke. Any one of them would crush him to death. "You're right," Huang Fuyan nodded. Only this explanation could explain everything that had just happened. After that, the 3 of them didn't say anything. They all came to this place and felt a little unwilling to leave. However, at this moment, a shocking explosion sounded.
Boom.
The space exploded, and the space above the statue suddenly tore apart. An independent world appeared before the eyes of Li Lingtian and the other 2. 5 super experts were fighting each other, and space was torn apart like this. The destructive gale continued to tear apart. Li Lingtian waved his hand and cast a simple array formation. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan entered the array formation as well. This was the only way to withstand the gale's tearing. "Sister Qingyue Yuyan, you 2 return to the Divine Dragon Ring first." Li Lingtian's tone did not show any signs of resistance. His eyes were grave. Given the current situation, it was impossible for him to leave. He could only watch the battle between the 5 powerhouses from the sidelines. If he left, something might happen, and he would be trapped. "All right, be careful." Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyan nodded. Then, an invisible force engulfed them and sucked them into the Divine Dragon Ring. After everything was done, Li Lingtian watched the battle in the sky like a mortal watching a battle between gods. His guess was right. These 5 martial arts experts were all at the Supreme Realm, but their auras surpassed that of a Supreme Realm expert. Each attack was earth-shattering. The 5 super experts did not have a fixed opponent, and they attacked each other, trying to kill the other 4. Li Lingtian was below and could not see any treasure that was worth the battle between the few powerhouses. Li Lingtian took a closer look as well. The 5 ultimate powerhouses were emitting a frightening demonic aura. He was shocked. Could it be that these few experts were the almighty experts of the demon race? Only 7th-tier demon beasts could transform into human forms. Could it be that these guys were 7th-tier demon beasts? If that was the case, then these guys were existences like martial emperors. "Longda, this thing is of no use to you. Why do you have to interfere?" An expert who looked like a long-armed ape shouted loudly. His face was filled with anger. His long arms were like steel, and every attack shattered the air. "Yuan Feng, this thing was left behind by Master. Now that Master is no longer around, this thing belongs to the capable." Longda's body carried traces of poisonous fog. The other 4 super experts were extremely afraid of this poisonous fog. They were poisonous flood dragons, but they wanted to call themselves true dragons. Neither of you are qualified. Only I, the flame tiger, am qualified to get this. You have the qualifications too. Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue? Only I, Ling Yu, am qualified. Get lost, get lost. In an instant, the few super powerhouses started a war of words with each other. Li Lingtian was speechless for a while, and at the same time, he felt a wave of sorrow for being ignored by the demonic beasts. However, at this time, what he needed the most was to be ignored by a few powerful demonic beasts. Only then would he have a chance to leave. Moreover, he understood that these fellows were all servants of vast heaven's supremacy. Or rather, they were merely demonic beasts reared by vast heaven's supremacy. The heavens didn't listen to people's wishes. That was the only way Li Lingtian could describe it. Just as he felt that he was being ignored, he was noticed by a few demonic beasts. Humans below, it doesn't seem good to watch the show like this, right? As General Long changed the topic, the other 4 powerhouses noticed Li Lingtian. They were all curious to see Li Lingtian, a human, come here. Instantly, Li Lingtian felt a shocking pressure. The pressure that the demonic beast casually emitted made him feel oppressed. Please continue. I have no interest in competing with you for any treasures. Li Lingtian smiled wryly in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He circulated the true essence in his body to the maximum. If a few demonic beasts tried to kill him, he would deliver a fatal blow and escape. He still has some guts. A revered martial artist human is still so calm. Yuan Feng was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Even when countless human powerhouses came here to fight for the treasure, they were still frightened by the few of them. Wait, who opened this passage? The flame tiger felt that something was wrong and immediately thought of this passageway. This passageway could only be opened by its master, but after its master disappeared, no one could open it. Now, it actually opened automatically. With that said, she turned her sharp gaze to Li Lingtian. At once, Wushuang's sharp gaze swept across Li Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.